I take this opportunity on behalf of Plethos, the Literary and Debating Club of Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, to acknowledge the constant support provided to us by the Management Grid, Alumni Cell, and Public Relations and Communication Cell. Dubito ergo cogito, cogito ergo sum, which translates to I doubt, therefore I think, therefore I am. This is not just a steering code, but the motto we live by. We at Plethos are a clan of people who have immense love for the art of public speaking. We aim to foster one's love for language, enhance literary creativity, and provide a venue for self-expression beyond the curriculum. We organize a plethora of events ranging from poetry competitions to group discussions, creative writing, open mics, and our flagship event, Srimati Lalita Shastri Debate Competition. LSTC provides a platform for the exchange of ideas that help to develop a profound understanding of critical issues concerning our society and the global community.
Commencing the debate, the House believes India's education system creating leaders or followers. Before we begin with the competition, I would like to apprise everyone with the rules. Rule number 1, each team will be invited by the moderators to speak on the topic. Each team will be allotted 4 minutes to speak. Rule number 3, there will be a short single bell at the 2-minute mark to indicate that first team member's time is up. Rule number 4, further, there will be a single bell at 3-minute and 30-second mark to indicate that last 30 seconds left for the second member to conclude. Rule number 5, immediately followed will be the rebuttal round, wherein the judges and other teams will be given an opportunity to ask any question that they deem fit. Rule number 6, if a participant encounters any problems, his or her teammate may take over. The participant can then only be a part of rebuttal round once the floor is opened. Rule number 7, the teams will be judged on the following criteria: A, content; B, delivery of content; C, adherence to time limit; and D, body language and handling of rebuttals. Now, me and Swarnam will take you through the rules of rebuttal. Rule number 1, after the teams have concluded speaking on their respective motions, the rebuttals round will begin. The judges and participants will be given an opportunity to ask any question they deem fit. Rule number 2, in the rebuttal round, firstly, the judges at their discretion may or may not ask the team any questions. Rule number 3, next, in the rebuttals, we will entertain questions from the other participating teams. A maximum of 3 rebuttals will be entertained after each team's speech, the order of which will be decided on first-come, first-served basis. For example, if the judge asks a team 2 questions, the participating team can only ask 1 question. Rule number 4, a rebuttal question should not exceed 30 seconds and a rebuttal answer should not exceed 1 minute.
Rule number 5, an individual can ask at most 2 questions during the whole event. Rule number 6, the sequence of the rebuttals will be decided by the order of raised hands, as coordinated by the moderators. Rule number 7, each team will be required to raise their hands as and when the floor is open for rebuttals. For example, if a team wants to ask a question, they will have to raise their hands immediately after the floor is opened. Rule number 8, please note that the hands raised for rebuttals before the announcement will not be considered. Rule number 9, before beginning with rebuttal questions, please mention your name and the name of the team which you belong to. Rule number 10, counter questions are not allowed. Also, to avoid the same, one team cannot ask more than 1 rebuttal from each team. We hope all the rules are clear to everyone. Good luck.
Now, we request our judges to please take their seats at the back. Now, we move on to the team introductions. Our first team is Team Theatricks from Vivekananda Institute of Professional Studies, represented by Khushi Agarwal and Abhigyan Navani, who will be speaking against the motion.
With a very pleasant morning to the honorable panel members. I stand before you all trying to argue that despite India achieving milestones in education, primarily the Indian schooling system is geared mainly for production of followers instead of a cradle. The proffers of leadership, peeling back layers within stories, facts, and even perspectives that shall stir into our hearts and into the minds. Cultivation of the mind should be the ultimate goal of the human existence. This was said by the legendary B.R. Ambedkar. Initially, I was going to say that I shall be exploring this today, but I think deep down in our hearts, we all know the answer to that. Can our system claim to cultivate minds, or has it trapped people in a cycle of rote learning and compliance? To explore more about the roots of our education system, we must deep dive into its colonial beginnings, especially with reference to Macaulay's 1935 Minute on Indian Education. It states that Macaulay sought to create a class of Indians that would create Indians to be of a nature of having Indian blood, Indian color, but English in their taste, opinions, morals, and intellect. It was never about our empowerment, but mental colonization. This legacy still shapes our system today. We celebrate Indian origin CEOs of international multinationals. The reality is that Indian professionals thrive in already existing structures than establish their own. When it comes to nurturing the soul of leaders and thinkers, our system rather falls short. Creativity and critical thinking are strangled by our relentless focus on rote learning. A lack of innovation is rather stark. Less than 0.7 of our GDP is spent on research and development, compared to 2 to 4% of our developed nations. Thank you.
Now, honorable panel, I would now take you to a ride where you would witness a flock of sheep grazing through a lush field. Each one follows the one in front without knowing where they are headed, or a tiger cub race among the sheep, taught to bleat rather than roar. That's our Indian education system, trained people to follow paths rather than carving their own. The best example to that is the standardized examinations we conduct. Here again, the model answers tell everyone how to think rightly. But would Einstein's theory of relativity find a space in a model answer? Would Steve Jobs' vision of iPhone earn marks in a class presentation? John Dewey so succinctly said, and I quote, "Education is not preparation for life. Education is life itself. In India, we prepare for exams, not life." Let's take an example about the role of education. Imagine this. A teacher walks in a classroom and asks, "What is a Pythagoras theorem?" Everyone hands in the classroom shoots up. When a teacher asks, "Why doesn't matter?" Question mark. Stunned silence. That is the root of the problem. Our emphasis is on what, not why. This exam-centric culture kills creativity. According to National Crime Records Bureau, more than 10,000 students died by suicide in 2022 due to academic stress. These are not just numbers. These are dreams extinguished, families shattered. Is this the price we pay for success? Now to end with, by saying the Indian education system is like a forest fire. It burns down the diversity of talents and leaves only ashes of uniformity. But those ashes can rise. A phoenix can rise. A reimagined system that nurtures leaders, thinkers, and dreamers. And as rightly and wisely said by Mahatma Gandhi, and I quote, "You may never know the results of the outcome of your actions, but if you do nothing, there will be no result." Unquote. Let us act, let us reshape the system into one that creates not followers but pioneers of tomorrow. Thank you so much.
The floor is now open for rebuttals for the judges. The floor is now open for rebuttals for the participants.
Hello. So, do you think, insofar we have multiple leaders coming out of India that are leading multiple corporations, Satya Nadella, or like even Google CEO or whatever, all of these leaders has come out of India from the education system itself. So, why do you think we would make followers rather than leaders, taking in mind this particular question?
All right, considering the Indian leaders like Satya Nadella and Sundar Pichai, as mentioned by the fellow question asker, these are the leaders who have themselves come out of these conventions. They have themselves criticized the Indian system. When talking about the opportunities they have achieved, they have achieved those opportunities outside of India rather than India. So the India is not creating leaders. India is just is training their, what we say is draining their wealth of knowledge by not providing them the enough opportunities. That is why people are seeking opportunities outside India to just bypass the system. Would you like to add on? That is all.
My name is Srishti Milan from Women of Peace. Okay, colleges, IMI New Delhi. Okay, so my question for you is, as you yourself quoted, when the teacher asked about the Pythagoras theorem, they later asked why. So that is the moment they'll start teaching us that this is the reason. So it's not like that the teachers don't teach us. They first tell us what is Pythagoras theorem. We raise hands. We don't know the whys, but they do tell us. And the second thing is that you did quote two big names, Mahatma Gandhi and Ambedkar. They are themselves the biggest example of the biggest leaders of India of all time. They are known globally. So what is your take on that? Aren't that a part of the education system itself? Thank you.
Okay, as a part of the education system itself, I would rather say that when a teacher is asked a question, when a teacher asked a why question, it was not nurtured among the students since the childhood. When the children learn these thinking, these skills from early on in a child, then it is on gradually developed. But suddenly you come up and ask a children or a child for that matter, tell me something, how to do it, why to do it. So there would be problem that as I stated, there was stunned silence. People not know how to answer to that and don't know how to approach that. That is why there was a stunned silence, even though a teacher did ask a question later on. At some point of life, we might have witnessed, someone would have asked you why this should happen or that should be done. But that is not how it is taken ahead. And for example, talking about leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and B.R. Ambedkar, these are not norms, rather exceptions. These leaders might have have come out of these conventional systems and created something out of themselves. But this is not a norm. This is not prevalent in India. And by going this far, we won't be able to achieve the last mile until 2047, and we won't be a developed country according to this pace.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Disha Verma from Team Wordsmiths. My question to Mr. Speaker is, talking of the colonial references that you gave, what would you like to comment on the Macaulay's Minute of Education, which inadvertently sowed the seeds for leadership by providing access to English and a platform where India, from the colonial rule, turned into leaders from followers? So wasn't that a developmental step rather than deteriorating the stance of the Indians then?
I disagree with the statement that that system was designed to create leaders with the access of English. Your premise inherently assumes that access to English is absolutely necessary for becoming a profound leader in the country, which is utterly not true, and I'd even argue it goes against the values of our beloved Indian Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. We shall now
Thank
be
you so much.
proceeding to the next team.
We request the participants to refrain from using electronic devices of any sorts at the podium. And also for the rebuttal teams, please mention your name and the name of the team which you belong to before asking a rebuttal questions. We hope you will abide by these rules.
Now, the second team for the day is Team Echos of Ethos from University of Rajasthan, represented by Tansi Goel and Meghna Chakravarti, who will be speaking against the motion.
Sergey Brin says in an interview, his approach and algorithms is what made us create a search engine like Google. Who he, let me ask? Professor Rajiv Motwani, an IIT Kanpur graduate whom India effectively lost to the research facility in the US. This is one of the major stories that we hear of Indian diaspora. Now, let me ask you, should we be proud or be concerned? Let me give you another situation. Imagine kids all lined up, cheered up, and enthusiastic in order to go to the sports ground. However, they see one of the teacher from the corridor coming in, and now there is a forceful transition from tennis to trigonometry. Yeah, we all have felt that, right? But we laugh it out now, but it was a systematized killing of our curious minds, isn't it? The education fraternity has always focused on IQ and had never acknowledged EQ to be a developmental aspect, which has resulted in emotional instability and inability to manage pressure, stress, leading to unfortunate incidents of suicide. That is a grave concern for our country. An underlying situation that Indian education system faces is that we provide opportunities in order to become everything, but the options are limited to certain fields, being an engineer, being a doctor, or someday when you feel a little fancy, you can be an aspirant. This is saddened by the questionable quality of the education, with the unemployment in educated youth going up to 65%, that has doubled in the last 2 decades, depriving them of a quality life and a dignified life, leading to mental health issues. Now, let me bring you to another major issue.
Indian education system, or more like a march for marks. Academics always taking the center stage in the curriculum, leaving very little for exploring other alternative options. The aim for students just being able to get good grades and a top rank, with not much emphasis on critical thinking, original thoughts, or even evaluation. We often see comparison of one student to another on just the basis of grades, neglecting emotional intelligence and other pursuit of quality. The scams in our education system, the cheating culture, being just so prevalent even among small children. All the hard work making chits, focusing on how to cheat, sitting beside their friends during examinations. Again, good grades. The NEET, NTA scams, who are we to blame? Even CBSE itself has made it so difficult to fail in examinations that even the bare minimum is compromised. Why has it been seen that students tend to take tuitions from the same teacher who teaches them in school, which has the same teaching diaspora and methodology? Again, the good grades. The majority of Indian ministers and other high-profile people send their children to school to pursue their educations, their children's educations, from quite an early age to abroad, but not in their own country. Our education system fails to utilize the actual capabilities of students rather focuses on preaching the principles, with creation of very less scope for the development of individual mindset. Why do we always see that the best of researchers, engineers and doctors are of Indian origin, but they do not work in India? How many Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella we have to lose in order for us to actually realize and utilize our true potential, the true potential of our own youth? Thank you.
The floor is now open for rebuttals for the judges.
Hi. So you mentioned a few points. One was that the mental health issues, they are very much visible. So I would like to state a point that when we talk about mental health issues, they're very much visible in the developed nations, like to the likes of the US, right? So what's your view on that? The other piece is, what about the developed nations, what about the developing nations who are famous for their education system? Can you name one and share your thoughts on it?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. And I totally agree with your point, ma'am, that the developed nation even face mental health issues, but an underlying issue that developing country face, and this is a grave concern for us now because it is an emerging problem or a problem that is visible now. So I can say confidently that there are many other reasons that mental health issues are caused by, but unemployment and work stress, inability to manage emotion and education stress, and unskilling of the education system that do not provide us with enough skills in order to get employed in the future. It is a grave concern and a mental health issue that is a primary cause for the mental health issues. And I'm really sorry in order to tell you a developing nation that has a great education system, but I would like to try it. I can say when it comes to China, it is still being considered a developing nation. So the Gaokao system or the Gaokao exam is considered highly effective and the system is well developed.
Okay. So you said the education system is focusing on the marks and academics. So don't you think you are here because of your marks or your academics, and those toppers of the schools and colleges, they're not doing anything, or they what India is generating then? So what's your take on that?
Okay. The education system that we has is actually, for me personally, what I think is a race. Everyone is competing. Even if a group of friends, they are all friends until the exam arrives, and they're all like, how much you got, how much you got. And the fact that we are here, we are exploring other opportunities as well. We are out from our education system, a little out of it, and taking other opportunities to explore our own self, to develop our own skills. I mean, if there were no debate competitions, no extracurricular activities, I don't think there would be a personal development or a skill development. And we are here because of that. So yes.
The floor is now open for rebuttals for the participants.
Hi, my name is Samya from Team Boogie Woogie. My question to you is, I have probably danced on Bhangra while not being from state of Punjab. I have felt empathetic towards a friend who has failed miserably in a test of trigonometry. I have developed spirits of team spirit while working in an athletic event. All of these qualities comes to me in the education system. When you mentioned that education system lowers the EQ of people, how do you think these qualities are inherently present in almost all of us here? Comment, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the question. So I would like to address it by saying that our education system has given us a lot, but it is not enough. It has given us EQ in a way that it is bare minimum, which we generally do not always feel or experience from the education system. It is various aspects of society, our peer groups, our family, other occasions in which we get to interact as a human being. So our EQ is even developed by these situations. However, education system need to step up in order to build it more for the youth to be more empathetic, compassionate, and to decrease the crime rates, because this is prevalent in our country.
And again, one more pointer that it is there, but is it reaching us in the right way possible that we are able to utilize it all? Is everyone able to utilize it? I think that's where our education system lacks. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We shall now be proceeding with the next team.
Now, I would like to call upon the stage team senators from 4 College, Delhi, represented by Rahul and Abhik, who will be speaking against the motion.
I am death, the destroyer of worlds. These chilling words, recited by Dr. Robert Oppenheimer on witnessing the first nuclear test, remind us of the awe-inspiring power of knowledge. My friends, time and history bear testimony to the fact that civilizations possessing education and knowledge wield power, adapt and lead with the collective intellect to achieve peaceful coexistence. Yet, when we turn our gaze to India's education system today, the question looms, are we creating leaders or followers? Historically, the Indian subcontinent has been a beacon of holistic education. Systems like the Gurukul fostered intellectual, spiritual, and physical development, producing scholars, statesmen, and visionaries. But the systematic decimation of ancient centers of learning like Nalanda and Takshila left a gaping void. These universities housed profound knowledge centuries ahead of their time on topics such as astronomy, mathematics, and the sciences. India knew that the earth revolved around the sun long before the West did. But this legacy is largely forgotten. The advent of our colonial masters further compounded this problem. The British introduced an education model designed to produce clerks, not creators. Compliant workers to serve their empire, not creators of change. Sadly, this colonial legacy still persists. Even post-independence, reform has been fragmented and short-sighted. Policies meant to uplift have devolved into tools of vote bank politics, undermining merit and equity. Our education system rewards rote memorization over critical thinking, conformity over creativity, compliance over courage. It doesn't create leaders, it creates followers. We must confront this reality. Our brightest minds are not thriving because of the system. They are thriving despite it. The systematic failures are evident in every corner.
I want to start with a powerful line that Sir Director mentioned. Leadership isn't just about position of power. It's about initiative, vision, and problem solving. A system that suppresses these qualities doesn't fail just to create leaders, it fails society as a whole. First, consider the brain drain problem. In 2023, 7.5 lakh students left India for higher education, spending over $23 billion on foreign universities. Everyone talked about Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella. Yes, they are leaders of global repute, but they left India because our ecosystem could not provide the opportunities that they needed to thrive. India has over 1,000 universities, yet only 23 appear in the QS World Ranking. For 2 million engineering aspirants, IITs offers just 16,000 seats. This scarcity creates a ruthless rat race where a single exam, be it JE, NEET, or CAT, often defines an entire career of an individual. A true foundation should empower students to ask why, not just memorize what. Third, we can say that India celebrates its achievements in ISRO and startups very proudly. But here's the truth. They succeed despite the system, not because of it. Education receives only 2.9% of GDP, far below the global average of 4.5%. Meanwhile, research and development gets just 0.66% of GDP compared to China's 2.4%. How can we expect to produce world-class leaders when we fail to invest in their development? Practical and creative learning is neglected, leaving only 47% of youth employable. Why? We do not emphasize industry readiness or risk-taking. Worse, by sidelining arts and humanities in favor of STEM, we are losing visionaries and creative problem solvers who are the key pillars of leadership. And if you talk about the new education policy, it is a step in the right direction, I agree, but it is a blueprint, not a transformation. Leaders are built by action, not policy documents that gather dust. In conclusion, our system produces followers who execute, not visionaries who inspire. Leadership demands more, and it's time we demand more from our education system. Thank you.
The floor is now open for the judges.
Yeah, what is the one thing you would like to change in the Indian education system if you were the policy maker or the prime minister? One change that you would like to have.
Right. So one thing that we can change is not to focus on the higher education. We do not need very skilled laborers. What we need is semi-skilled laborers. We should focus on the industry as of now, not software, not very technical. We should focus on the vocational studies.
What kind of studies and what is the change?
So, ma'am, if we follow the trajectory of the East Asian tigers, the ASEAN nations that rose economically in 2 decades, we saw that instead of focusing on creating just leaders, they skilled their people up in factories to make mobile phones, textile products. So we must create leaders, but everyone cannot be a leader. We need people from our system to contribute to our value chain, all across the value chain. And that's why we need vocational training for the scale of India and for the population of India.
You mentioned that Indian education policy, it has improved. Can you mention one point that you liked, which is why you brought it into the debate?
Sure. Good afternoon, ma'am. So this is the third iteration on education in independent India. I believe the first one came around 64 or 66, the second one was 86, and this is the third one. All of them say that we need to be more inclusive, we need to improve access to education, but even today, in 2020, our target is to achieve a 50% gross enrollment ratio by 2030 and create 3.5 crore higher education seats. Is that in line or is that in proportion with our population, with our human resource? So things are not going in the right direction. However, they have taken some steps, like there are a lot of people in our country with broken education, with year gaps. And for that, they have allowed a provision for people to leave their school or their college, maybe due to family emergency, and then they can get back to their learning. So I think this is one of the bright spots of this new education policy.
You mentioned in your point that Devesh from FMS Delhi team is hit the Himalayas. You mentioned that there is a lot of less scarcity of seats that creates a lot of rat race. And ISRO, you gave example that they would thrive against the system. But my point is that you see the example of Kalams and other leaders who have thrived out of it. And now ISRO, which was once touted as taking rockets and other things on bullock cart, is now being touted as someone who has achieved this mega feat. Had it not been for the competition that thrives in India, this feat would not have been possible to achieve. What is your view about that?
Absolutely, Devesh. Thank you so much for that question. Do you think we should have taken 50 years to come from a bullock cart to a proper setup of launching a rocket? I think that needs more funding. In fact, in 2024, the funding for ISRO has dropped as compared to 2023. If you consider the whole scale of our GDP, maybe the absolute amount is more. But we should be investing more in R&D, in technologies like quantum computing, in AI, which we are not. I'm not saying that what's happening is bad, but we need something better.
Adding on to Avik's point, I am sure everyone must have seen the movie Mangal here. There they have elaborately told what kind of project they had, what kind of value chain engineering they had to do. Jugaad karna is okay, but jugaad is not the way. Jugaad is out of necessity. We should have the luxury. Why are we not aiming for it? If we should have the funds, maybe we should have even conquered the Mars as of now.
We shouldn't be working on a budget for science and education.
The participants should please raise their hands after the announcement has been made. So now we'll be proceeding to the next team.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
sir.
Now, I would like to call upon stage Team Duopoly from Indian Institute of Management, Rohtak, represented by Manya Mishra and Siddharth Tripathi, who will be speaking against the motion.
A very good afternoon to one and all present here. On our way to this esteemed institution, we pass through Karol Bagh metro station. Looking at old Rajendra Nagar from a distance, a neighborhood suffocated by neon coaching signs and home to thousands of dreams not manufactured but but standardized and mass-produced, made one thing clear, that the proposition today is going to have a very tough day. Learned listeners, some of you must have come across this interview of a child who was, when asked, "Beta, आपके पापा क्या करते हैं?" replied, "Papa UPSC देते हैं." Now, you can fill in UPSC with your choice of exam, but the truth is devastating. The father perpetually preparing, perpetually aspiring is the emblem of a rotten system with cracks rupturing as windows of opportunities for rats to emerge as winners or leaders. Leadership through conformity. Sometimes the jokes truly write themselves. At the age of 3, I was judged on my ability to recite alphabets in the nursery interview. At the age of 15, this time more importantly, I had to replicate the toppers' model answers for my board exams. I would urge the proposition to raise their hands if their experience has been any different. Because how will it be when the DNA of our education system has remained unchanged from Macaulay's minutes back in 1835? We must create a class of interpreters who act as interpreters between us and the millions we govern. To be governed well is a virtue. We must form, today the colonial machine has perfected itself, where 0.2 books exist in the library for one Indian child, and over 70% of the time is dedicated to memorization. We remain brilliant followers because marks might be deducted for original thinking.
Our education system is a relic of the colonial era, fundamentally unchanged. Now, this relic was designed to create civil servants and obedient workers, not innovative thinkers or not transformative leaders. Then why are we still following this very fundamental colonial rule? Further, our curriculum is unchanged. It's outdated as well as different and divergent from what our today's job requirement and our job market is. A report by the 2020 World Economic Forum ranks India as 107 out of 141 countries in its terms of educational quality. The students here are relentlessly drilled to learn standardized answers and examinations, teaching them a parrot approach to the information they retain, not to challenge the information that has been given to them. Paul Freire, an educationist, once termed this very system as banking education. He believed that students will be seen as empty vessels that are to be filled with predetermined information, which has been occurring in our cases, and not as active participants in their very own learning journey to be able to choose what path they follow. But this is not where it ends. Inequality worsens and complicates this landscape even more. Rural and economically challenged communities lack the access to quality education that we're grateful for. Coming to the fact, we have created minds filled with facts and figures, while our main aim is to form well-formed minds that can run through unfamiliar information and come out through it with more desired options for an exam that is much more important than others, an exam called life.
The floor is now open for the judges.
So when we talk about UPSC and exams like that, the primary reason why we have the way we are preparing for UPSC and the long wait is because of large population. So if you are saying that that is not a perfect exam to go through, then what would you recommend considering that we have a very large population?
Thank you, ma'am, for that question. I would recall the motto of my school, which was Vidya Balam Pradhanam. Knowledge is the ultimate power. But for the approach of UPSC, our definition of knowledge perhaps is different. When I come up with my own perspective, I am told, no, this might be too left-leaning. Your answers should replicate the model answers as done by toppers in previous years. This is the problem. This is where the problem occurs. Moreover, I believe that people see this as their only options for upward social mobility. Whereas what we have to make, we have to avail to them the opportunities to go into because 50% of Indian youth is absorbed by the agricultural sector. So the next obvious step has to be manufacturing. Whereas they are seeing these colonial rules as, okay, I will become a collector babu and people will see me as being a very esteemed individual. The motivation and our approach of defining what true knowledge is and how we can give back to society is incorrect. Thank you.
The floor is now open for the participants.
I'm Ananya Singhal from Team Hola Amigos, LSR. So my question to you is that you said that the education system is not providing skills that are needed for the job market. One, the good educational institutions of India like LSR, SRCC have the highest placements in the corporate job market. Also, secondly, going for the common corporate jobs, isn't that also a follower mentality?
Thank you, madam, for your question. So as you pointed out, SRCC, SSCBS, these outstanding institutions answer the question itself. They are outstanding institution. I believe that we all must have someday seen these reels of schools in Bihar where people are passing answer sheets through polls into the classroom. This is the very essence of the problem. I believe that for people, for example, I would like to give my example. I was a JEE aspirant. The first phone that I got to, even though I could have gotten a smartphone, was a keypad phone. I would wake up at 4 a.m., did not watch any movie or any TV series for 2 years of my life. Why? Because I wanted to replicate that robot who would be considered an ideal JEE aspirant. That leads to, and for me, if my dreams would have been realized and I would have gotten to IIT Delhi or Bombay, I would have gotten access to those big placement offers, but that is not true for most of Indians. Thank you.
Right. Hi, team. Thank you. My name is Rahul. I'm from Team Senator. And I just want to point out the statement that the Miss Speaker mentioned, that the curriculum has not been revised. Well, I beg to differ with that. My younger brother is in high school and he's doing coding since class 5. And at UG level, I had the opportunity to do various certification courses from a digital platform funded by government, that is Swayam. And there is also Atal Tinkering Lab where you can have your own startup, even if you're a kid. So I believe the curriculum is recognized and revised.
Thank you, sir, for your question. So first of all, the coding example. Now you must have seen the ads of White Hat Junior. The approach to learning coding is not to solve problems, but how is it advertised? Some Wolf Sharma got a 150 crore package. The approach to is the problem that we're pointing out to.
Apart from that, you see, this has been implemented in the new education policy. That is through how it came. But the thing is, the policy's basic structure is still the hierarchical form. It still focuses on standardized learning. It still focuses on board exams and standardized exams. So the approach here, even though it's introducing new subjects, it is still a rat race. We're not supposed to be open to our own ideas as to where we might want to venture, but rather as to what might be the best option in the playing field.
Moreover, relating to the changes, you might have seen debates over the new NCRT and the old NCRT, the changes, where the new government is bringing in their ideology. Now, regardless of which side is correct, notice on the lack of emphasis on pedagogy and more on what we want to instill, the values that we want to instill in those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now be moving on to the next team.
Now, I would like to call upon stage Team Mimamsa from IMI New Delhi, represented by Soham and Anushka, who will be speaking for the motion.
The new education policy defines education as fundamental for achieving full human potential, developing an equitable and just society, and promoting national development. Providing universal access to quality education is the key to India's continued ascent and leadership on the global stage. in terms of economic growth, social justice and equality, scientific advancement, national integration, and cultural perseverance. Here, I would like to emphasize on the word leadership on global stage and the holistic approach of development. Oxford defines leader as a person who leads a group of people, especially head of an organization. By these definitions, I would like to argue for the motion that the Indian education system is creating leaders. As we all know, India's education system has undeniably proven itself as the cradle for leadership, producing icons who have left an indelible mark on the global stage. From Mr. Sundar Pichai at Google to Ms. Indira Nooyi at PepsiCo, India's booming industrialists like Mr. Mukesh Ambani, the world's top boardrooms are filled with leaders nurtured by India's academic prowess. Our education system instills resilience through competitive exams like the IITs and UPSC, challenging institutions and students to think critically and push boundaries. The holistic curriculum of institutions like the IIMs and the ISB fosters not just academic brilliance, but strategic thinking and entrepreneurial acumen. Beyond academics, initiatives like the National Cadet Corps, NCC, and the extracurricular programs build discipline, teamwork, and leadership skills. Under the NEP framework, a leader is defined with qualities including innovative, imaginative, and inspirational, critical thinkers with team players.
The education system in India, be it private, public, college, top-tier institutes and not so top-tier institutes, not only have contributed their share of creating leaders, but also are in process of making even more number of leaders for tomorrow. I think the number will speak for themselves. The increase in entrepreneurs and startups in 2016 was just 500 startups, but in 2024 it was more than 1,27,000. It is 271 times increase in just 8 short years. Other data points would be there are around 117 unicorn startups, making India the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. As per Innovation Ecosystem Setup in India 2022 report, most number of innovation ecosystems and incubation centers are in academic institutions, numbering around 360, followed by government and large MNCs as just 85 and 80, which falls very short of the contribution made by the educational system of India. Most of the Atal incubation systems and most of the Atal incubation centers are present in educational institutes and work collaboratively with entrepreneurial clubs of those institutions. Startup boom is inclusive without compromising on high growth. As per DPIIT, as of 31st December, there were more than 55,000 startups that had at least one woman director. Some more information on innovation led by leaders is that more than 64,000 patents were filed in year of 2023, and more than 27,000 filings were done of industrial designs were done in year of 23. It was increase of 15% and 36%, which was highest among the large economies. Thank you.
The floor is now open for rebuttals for the judges.
Yeah, you named top institutes that provide the quality education, but I think only 2% of the students are the part of those institutes. What about 98% of the students who are educating from the normal colleges or normal schools? So those are, I think, followers then, according to your statement.
I have some data point on it. So from among 1,27,000 startups that were up to register till 2023, only 4,459 were at least had one or more IIT IIT alums. That shows that less than 5% of the startups are started by top institutes. the number is even less for IIM graduates. So it shows that rest of the over 90% come from other institutes. So leadership is not only exclusive to the top institutes alone. We can see leadership emerging throughout the country from all tiers of institutions.
Going back to the same IIMs and ISBs, why the students outside India, especially from the developed countries, why do they not pursue getting into ISBA and IIMs? And if we compare it to the Indian students, they definitely pursue to the likes of Stern and Stanford, right? So why is that?
The main reason could be the exchange rate differential that present. The main reason why we go outside is because we can get 80 times the exchange rate, and salaries are quite high there compared to the Indian salaries. There are some exchange students. We also go there as exchange student. Many of the students also come into our colleges as exchange student. Not only to top institutes only, even in tier 2 institutes where I did my graduation, we had couple of students from through exchange programs. Some were from Africa, some were from East Europe. So it happens a lot, but it depends on country to country and student to student.
The floor is now open for the participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tansi from Echoes of Ethos. So my question is to Madam Speaker. She mentioned about the prestigious exams like JEE and UPSC, and she mentioned that it cultivates competitive culture in our system. So I would like to know that rather than being a competitive culture, doesn't it create a rat race and a situation where aspiration is limited to certain fields, giving them not enough opportunity in all-round development? Thank you.
So thank you for the question. When we talk about India as a country, I believe that the population of the country is as such that we need these examinations. I don't believe the fact that the rat race is a big thing. I also think when we talk about education and opportunities, like in the last few years, what we have seen is that the corporate social responsibility, the mandate for it, has been increased to 23% in the education sector, right? A lot of students from the top institutions and stuff, they are getting opportunities in the private sector through these mandates as well. So there is a lot of opportunities for everyone present, and hence the leaders can be developed from here as well. So although the exams create resilience, there are other opportunities as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
We shall now be proceeding with the next team.
The next team is Team Wordsmiths from Ramanujan College, represented by Disha Verma and Ishmeet Kaur, who will be speaking for the motion.
Ever seen a pottery wheel? It's an intricate tool that shapes raw clay into beautiful and functional art. Now imagine our teachers as potters. They help us mold and prepare ourselves to leading ourselves to contributing the society. Now that's the Indian education system, hitting the bull's eye and polishing and preparing us to the real world challenges. Greetings to all. We, the Team Wordsmiths, are here to advocate for the motion, and we believe that Indian education system creates leaders. Now we like to think of ourselves as cradle of democracy. But could the largest democracy of the world be formed without its centerpiece, its leaders? Would Fortune 500 companies have as many Indian CEOs today without the foundation of Indian education system? Would individuals like Sundar Pichai at Google, Shantanu Narayana at Adobe, and Leena Nair at Chanel be here where they are today without the education background they had? Would 30% of the India's top bureaucratic leaders be women. Had we missed or compromised inclusivity? Now my opponents may say that the system is filled with flaws and in stiffing the mindsets or promoting rote learning. But we beg to differ because that flaws that our opponents are pointing at us as the hurdles on the way to progress are not hurdles but rather the progress as stepping stones for deeper insights. Now let's think of it as not everyone here can remembers the periodic table. Not everyone here can recite those elements without the acronyms that we by-hearted. Not everyone here is a robot, are we?
The education system is a compass guiding students through life's vast ocean. Take the example of Biocon's founder, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, exemplifying how strong foundations like her Bangalore University education shape impactful leaders. Take the example of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, be it the psychological needs or the social needs, be it the safety needs or the esteem needs. Policies like NEP 2020 gradually move towards self-actualization, turning the education system into a hub for leadership development. Moreover, did we ever ponder over the fact that India, the third largest startup ecosystem globally, boasts over 100 startups valued at over $1 billion, where 45% of them are being led by individuals under 35. Isn't this entrepreneurial spirit largely rooted in the education system, encouraging the practical application of knowledge rather than rote learning? From trading on the paths of value-based learning to co-curricular development, from competitiveness and resilience to encouraging innovation, from global adaptability to global success stories. The Indian education system isn't synthetic or artificial. It's art efficient. And whatever is efficient must be proficient. Watch or be wasted. Ignore or be erased. Adopt or be abandoned. That's the power our education system holds. After all, if we were to turn into mere followers, we wouldn't be debating here, would we? Think, introspect, and enact. Thank you.
The floor is now open for the judges.
So, our Indian education system, at least from the schooling perspective, we do have a quota system, which is sometimes troublesome compared to merit system. So, what is your take on that?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. The very basis of the quota system also isn't to let in the students who are extremely weak. The point I'd like to conquer here is the quota systems also have a basic eligibility criteria without which even be it the son of the prime minister or the daughter of the chief minister, he or she won't be allowed to attend the school unless and until they, they come up and they come at par with the eligibility criteria. So unless and until that is fulfilled, they won't be there. So that doesn't really compromise a lot. It does a little, but not a lot, because that eligibility criteria will not be, at the basic level. It'll be something, and it'll be an education qualification worth it.
The floor is now open for the participants.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Manishan. I am from Team Brainiacs from Amrapali University. First of all, very well presented. My question to is that, first of all, that was a very rich take on the quota system, and I think you are quite unaware about the realities of it. But my question to is the other one is that everyone here is taking the similar names. Everyone is cherry picking the same names. So are only these people the offshoots of the Indian education system? And you all also talked something about the constitution. Constitution says that we should take everyone together. So you just said something about that. So my question is that, what exactly, why are we leaving everybody behind in cherry picking the few? What about the others?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate the concern raised. So, one of the, as you said, one of the prime example that is unquoted yet is Lena Nair. She is the CEO person of Chanel. She works there. She's Indian. And apart from that, we have our judges here who are Indians, part of Indian education system. We all are here. We all are part of Indian education system. We are debating here because we are educated. We have the base level knowledge. And what you said about the quotas, we aren't unaware. We know Indian education system is working, and India is still a developing country. And we know that, as you said, about the people, we are not taking everyone together. We all are here as one. We aren't enemies, we are opponents. After all, we are Indians, and we are taking stand here because we know how important education is. And
adding on to her point, it's not child picking those names, but setting them up as examples for everyone so that they can be inspired. The basic thing about that is inspiration, so that they can have their role models in front of them and actually know which way to go.
After all, improvement is all we always need. There's always room for more improvement.
Thank you, team, for your arguments. I am Siddharth from Team Duopoly. My question is that you used exactly 6 anecdotes and were the 4th team to mention Sundar Pichai in your arguments, which I thank you for, because all that does is prove that these examples are bugs of the system and not features. Because if they were, you would have mentioned that India files for a very art-efficient education system. We file for 50,000 patents, whereas China, for a lesser population, files 1.5 million patents. Thank you.
Okay, considering that, the names that we've picked, and for you to quote us out that we're the 4th team to do that, I think we added on a few more. Biocon's founder was told by no one. It's the very fact here is that everyone doesn't know about everyone. Not everyone knows about all the leaders present, and that is the only problem here. There are a lot many leaders other than Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella that are present in the Indian education system and thereby lead as an example. But we are unaware about them, and that is where we lack. And just to rectify that, I think the NEP was brought into it simply because academic excellence will not do everything to provide you a good leadership skill. You need the overall holistic development to do that. Hope that answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now be proceeding with the next team.
Now, I would like to call upon the stage Team Women of Peace from IMI New Delhi, represented by Srishti and Aditi, who will be speaking for the motion.
With an impressive achievement in producing globally competitive professionals, the Indian education system has gained international recognition. And this is just not because Indian education, all it does is teaches, but what it actually does is also transforms. So contrary to belief that Indian education produces mere followers, it has consistently nurtured leaders who drive innovation, solve complex problems, and inspire global change. With the recent launch of new education policy, we have programs like NCC, National Cadet Corps, social service, and not just this, but the traditional practices of school leadership positions, head boy, head girl. It actually grooms students in teamwork, discipline, and responsibility. Moreover, it fosters resilience, which is, I believe, a cornerstone of leadership. The rigorous structure which we have to follow in our school days, it actually helps us to meet deadlines, tackle competitive exams, and adapt to demanding environments, pretty much similar to corporate culture in these days. Various other programs like through Olympiads, Model United Nations, or even the competition which we are part of, this fosters project-based learning, and it also involves a lot of innovation and collaboration. And this is just not restricted to theoretical part. It really translates into real world impact. And with a cultural mindset towards entrepreneurship, India is now the world's third largest startup ecosystem according to World Economic Forum. And initiatives like Skill India are nurturing entrepreneurial mindsets, proving that Indian students are not just job seekers, but job creators. The results speak for themselves. Indian origin leaders dominate the global stage, from Parag Agarwal at Twitter to Leena Nair at Chanel. Organizations like ISRO, with their groundbreaking missions like Chandrayaan, which we just got to know. Also, intelligence plus character. That is the entire goal of true education, which I believe Indian education embodies ideally.
Leaders. Who are leaders? Leaders are the people who have the confidence and inspiration to inspire others. I won't quote Sundar Pichai or the other 58 top CEOs around the world, or that the 25% of the Silicon Valley startups are founded and co-founded by Indians. That is a statement by Sitaraman, 2022 statement. I will quote about Anand Kumar. We all have watched the movie Super 30. He is a true example of one leader creating 30 leaders every year. This is what a leader look like. Our education is not about physics, science, maths, Pythagoras theorem. It's about the values. It's about the core beliefs, the principles, the moral education that imbibes in us from the storytelling, from the ancient history that we read. Why do we read those texts? Because that's a subtle way of teaching us that we are not just people who are going to think about ourselves. A true leader thinks about his team, thinks about the holistic development of everyone. Rightly quoted by APJ Abdul Kalam, हम राष्ट्र नहीं बनाते, हम अपने बच्चों को शिक्षित ऐसा करते हैं कि राष्ट्र अपने आप बन जाए. And that is what fosters our education. We have top institutes like IIT, IIM, and why should we not be having pride in them? IITs are compared with top Ivy Leagues, Stanford, and MITs. Just imagine a developing nation like us has been in the comparison of WES, World School Services. So, where we stand forward, I would like to conclude my states by telling, as we know, this debate itself, everyone sitting here is an inspiring leader. And if we work hard, we will be a leader. Everyone has the chance to be a leader, and people who don't participate in it, we should not blame the curriculum for it. We have the right path. Shakuntala Devi is an example. A 17-year-old who defeated her is also an Indian. So yes, all this mug up helps to activate our hippocampus brain, which in longer term improves our memory. Thank you so much. That's my take.
You talked about Asian stories, values, and core belief system. So I don't think in our board exams or any entrance exams, on these values, students are recruited or students are shortlisted for the exams. So what's your take on that?
My take is these values are indulged in the students in the schooling. So in the schools, we have a lot of, in the like LKG, first, second, third class, we have a lot of stories that actually teach us moral values. Even like, as of I am an MBA student, even in my curriculum, there are case studies that actually teach us a lot of moral values. We have ESG case studies that continuously teaches us about it. So yes, you might not get into an IIT and IIM because of it, but you'll definitely become a better leader. And the question here is not about that who has the better text out there. Everybody has text. We have 30 billion e-tech education systems if we actually want to study. But it's about the leaders, and we surely will become them.
Adding on to Srishti's point, definitely I believe even working in corporate culture, more than technical skills, we need people who are people's person, right? And this is definitely developed by the EQ. And living in a country like India, I believe emotion quotient is something which everyone needs to develop. And this is something which happens during how a child is grown up. Again, factors which go behind it is how they are raised in their family, plus the school education. So I guess it's a comprehensive point.
So if we talk about the basic necessities of life that everyone needs to know, so let's say if I am a science student, I didn't get into commerce, and now I need to file my taxes. I won't get to know until I join a corporate. What's your take on that? Having the basic necessities and the basic skills that we need to have that's lacking in the system currently.
Thank you for the brilliant question. That's a very deep one. So I would like to tell you that if you want to file your today itself you want to start, you can just open your YouTube and start it. And you'll find an Indian teacher who's a leader who will actually tell you how to do it from 0 to 10. And the fact about it is that if you actually want to study, so there's the fact that we have so many courses like Swayam and MOOCs, which are taking a rise in India nowadays. And they are from top IITs, top IIMs, and they're all free. What else do you want from our education system? It's giving education at the most basic level. On a phone, every person in rural areas nowadays have phone. So everybody has education. It's you that wants to become the leader, you surely will.
The floor is now open for the participants. Please wait for the...
Hi, my name is Khushi. I'm from Team Theatricks. So my question to you is that, do you really think this corporate culture is promoting leadership? Because I, being a CLAT aspirant, and my aspiration to join a top NLU, NLSI Bangalore, which is now promoting a corporate-based culture, students are running behind high packages rather than leadership roles like in judiciary or UPSC. So how are curriculum justifying that act?
Again, I would like to quote what I already quoted. Leadership is not just about UPSC. Leadership can be at a lot of other places. And what I feel even, leadership comes at a very brass level. Even our alums coming up and helping us, our institutes are built in a way that our alums are an extended family, not just our seniors. Whereas in the foreign culture, it lacks. So now you tell me, isn't Indian culture better?
And somewhere I think there's a discrepancy in your question itself. People who even aim for higher packages, it's a fact that even they can turn into great leaders. So it's not that people who run behind high packages, they just do not have any room to develop the leadership skills. Definitely, and being management students, this hardly been 5 months into our management curriculum, but still I believe the corporate culture definitely inculcates values into you, or not just values, keeping aside values, the hard skills, combination of both of them, which leads to making you an effective leader. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now be proceeding with the next team.
I would now like to invite team The Himalayas from FMS Delhi University, represented by Gaurav Kulkarni and Devesh Tripathi, who will be speaking against the motion.
India, as a civilization, was once a hub for knowledge around the world, Vishwaguru, epitomized by its esteemed institutions like Takshashila and Nalanda. Earlier, there existed a concept called Anvikshiki, the art of thinking through questioning. The Bhagavad Gita states, Tad vidhi pranipatena pratiprashnena sevaya. Thus, having bowed down, serve the teacher through repeated questioning. This zeal to question, to know, and to understand the mysteries of the universe formed the core of education in the earlier days. Earlier, our leaders used to be polymath. Take Chanakya, for example. He was not only an economist and political strategist, but also a polyglot, and knew Ayurveda, medicine, and metallurgy that comes under engineering. The present state of the Indian education system is an outcome of the inertia of years of slavery. The British, under Macaulay's directives, systematically dismantled the indigenous system and replaced it with a framework that suited the colonial interests. Education was stripped off from its essence of being holistic in nature and reduced to a mere tool for compliance. India's rich intellectual heritage was destroyed. What did it leave us with? Our generations were disconnected from their roots and now sought foreign validation for their ideas.
So when we talk about Indian colonialism, it was different from other form of colonialism. Indian colonialism was where external agendas attacked. And what do I mean by the term external agendas attack? The British were very clever in order to instill what they wanted to implement in India. But they were using Indians in order to implement that. They were creating us versus them divide. And what was it leading to? It was leading to the decline of our cultures, our values, our education system, and brain drain. So take for an example of our culture and values. I remember Lal Bahadur Shastri going to his home and requesting his wife that from today onwards, we will not eat meal for a day. The next day, he goes out and stays a statement in All India Radio that he requests the entire nation to give up food for a day so that India can satisfy the needs and can tackle Pakistan during the war. This is called as the example of leading by values. Moralistic leadership style and transpirational leadership style. Is it still appearing in Indian context? I feel the answer is no. The kind of leaders which we are producing are someone who may be very high on IQ, but will be really low on emotional quotient. Because somehow that effect which we had is being getting lost. At the end, I would like to say, if India has to maintain its stance of Vishwaguru, it has to inculcate both emotional quality and intelligence quotient. Our intelligence quotient is high, but our emotional quotient is definitely going for a toss. And if we want to maintain that status, we need to really think about our educational policy. Thanks a lot.
So here, when we compare ourselves to the developed nations, we are famous for being good at maths. One of the reasons is that we start learning maths at a much younger age compared to rest of the world. So what's your take on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they not doing right?
Yes, ma'am, definitely we are doing right. So our whole agenda of the debate was that there are certain things which we are carrying on is correct. But then we are losing the essence of our empathy that has been fostered into us from our childhood days. Like that was present. We are not producing the kind of leaders like that of Sardar Patel, like that of Lal Bahadur Shastri, or like that of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. There is some void that has been created. And why that void has been created? Because we have become transactional in our relationship in terms of involvement with people. And the leadership then goes for a toss. When we become self-driven and motivated only by our agendas in order to drive the things, our personal agenda takes over the impact rather than we becoming collaborative about our instances. So I think, yes, we are doing good at mathematics and other things, but are we at that level? Are we making new discoveries? Is there another Ramanujan coming out from India now? That is a question.
So you said currently there is a void for the leaders. So currently our leader, Prime Minister, Narendra Modi ji, don't you consider him amongst a great leader?
Yeah. Ma'am, he is, but then he is not a mere product of Indian education system. He himself says he has gone back into the Vedic practices. He immersed himself in yoga. He left his home early and then traveled all around the country, get connected to the roots, and then he is able to make sure that the empathy is getting reflected. And that is why he is able to connect to the masses. Had he followed a similar kind of tradition that had been going on, I think that connect would have been lacking. And then that would have created a negative impact.
Hello, I am Soham from Mimamsa from IMI New Delhi. You mentioned brain drain of top talent, but an independent research by Aviral Bhatnagar showed that top IMT alums of year 2000 batch, only 20% are working in US, but from the batch of 2024, around 5% are working in US. Would you like to change your stance in light of these data points?
No, I won't like to change my stance. My whole idea of this is, are we creating leaders? So being working in USA or being working in India is not my point at all in my entire debate, and I focused on that specifically. I simply want to say, are we using our emotional quotient properly? Are we using empathy? Because leadership does not only come from getting proper education, or let's say being good at maths or earning a 5 crore salary, but if I'm able to impact the life that matters around me, if I'm able to make the team that I'm working with lead properly and efficiently, then I am an effective leader. And somehow that is coming for a toss, because that values and systems are itself going for a toss, which has been inculcated into us right from our childhood. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
We will now take a 1-hour break for lunch, starting at 1 p.m. The judges are to leave first to the faculty lounge, then the participants are allowed to leave. Please proceed in groups of two. Please proceed in 2 groups of 25 each, with a 5-minute wait between the groups. The teams are to return to the auditorium by 2 p.m. mandatorily to ensure the smooth and on-time commencement of debate. Thank you. Students from LBSIM can leave from the back. I request the participants to please follow the organizing team towards the mess.
बिठाना है फर्स्ट क्वाड्रेंट?
First year students, please settle in the first quadrant.
We request all the first year students to please occupy the first quadrant. क्या करना है? मैं कर देती हूँ।
पार्टिसिपेंट्स के लिए बोल दो कि इनके बैग सेकंड फ्लोर पे रख दिए रूम नंबर 4 पे।
रूम 4
सेकंड फ्लोर पे रूम नंबर 4 पे हम लोगों ने रख दिए हैं बैग।
रूम 4 में रखना है?
सेकंड फ्लोर पे। और इन लोगों को कर दो।
आगे बैठाओ, शिफ्ट कराओ। पार्टिसिपेंट्स को बाद में बता देंगे ना, क्या फर्क पड़ेगा?
नहीं फिर बाद
इट्स ओके, बाद में बता देंगे। क्या हो गया?
नहीं फिर मैं निकलूंगा ना, एक बार अपना काम कर रहा हूँ, फिर उसके बाद कोई कर नहीं रहा है, एक बार आप 2 मिनट कर देते हैं।
अरे चल कर। स्टार्टिंग की 2 रोज।
Guys, kindly take your seats.
Where are the CRs?
CRs, एक बार यहाँ पे रिपोर्ट करो सब के सब। आर्यन, you are taking care of them back there.
इस क्वाड्रेंट में जूनियर्स चाहिए. We have to leave first 2 rows vacant. Please occupy the first quadrant starting from 3rd row. 10 मिनट जैसे जा रहे हैं. कराओ सेटल.
यार आप शिकली बोल रहे हो।
डांटो मैंने.
डांटेंगे, हॉस्पिटैलिटी वाले डांटेंगे, आप थोड़ी डांटेंगे।
एग्जैक्टली.
ऋषि भाई आप बैठाओ यार अपने सेक्शंस को।
मैं हॉस्पिटैलिटी को बोल के आती हूँ।
सेकंड रो से पीछे। थर्ड रो? नहीं वो लास्ट
3rd row तो अरे
यहाँ से उठाना है, यहाँ पे कोई नहीं बैठेगा।
2 रो खाली छोड़नी है, 3rd से बैठाना है. 3rd से बैठाना है. अमोक 3rd से बैठाना, उसे बोलो.
3rd से नहीं,
3rd से बैठा
जाएगी, वो 2 रो बैठेंगे, उसके बाद वो खाली आएगी, उसके नीचे पार्टिसिपेंट्स बैठेंगे, ऐसा ही हुआ। नहीं पार्टिसिपेंट
चेंज हो गया, मैं बता रही हूँ ना. 3rd रो से बैठाना है, बोल तो रही हूँ मैं.
कौन सी वाली? अच्छा ये जो बैठते हैं
3rd रो यार.
3rd रो से
2 रो छोड़ो, 3rd रो से फर्स्ट ईयर को बैठाओ. तुम्हारा बैच ऐसे ही है. What is the rest that they have been giving? They can't even say. हाँ बेटा. Everyone please maintain decorum.
Guys, settle down, fast. Just settle down. बाहर कोई रहते हैं बच्चे? ग्रिड के वो कहाँ हैं? कौन है CR? Who are the CRs for the sections? Yeah, just settle down, kids, fast. I'll just give you 2 minutes, otherwise I'll start noting your names. Just settle down. Okay. Guys, some of you move forward. Come to these rows. Front rows. जल्दी करो यार. I hope you have some similar stuff in your colleges as well, yeah? The prof eventually has to come.
गाइस एक बार बैठ जाओ जल्दी से भाई प्लीज. ये वाली रो खाली है यहाँ पे, इसको भरो भाई. विशेष नहीं नहीं, 2 ही रो खाली रहेगी बस. सर बोल के गए भाई. आ गया. आर्यन जल्दी, गेस्ट आ रहे हैं, जल्दी जल्दी भाई. रिबटल के रूल्स दोबारा से जाएंगे. प्रसूक दोबारा से अनाउंस कर दें.
मत कीजिए यार अभी.
सब कुछ हो गया, बैठ गए सब. अब मैं प्रेजेंटेशन में.
गाइस तुम थोड़ा इधर हो जाओ. हाँ हैंडल दैट डोर. थोड़ा इधर हो जाओ. मतलब ये पूरा एरिया खाली करो. मतलब बोल दूं क्या मनु को ये सब कुछ जजेस हाँ ले आके. हाँ रुको
पहले
मैं बोलूँ तू बोल रहा है.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ रिबटल.
हाँ ना अनाउंस कर दो जजेस.
हेलो.
Judges are coming. Please maintain decorum. We will be starting in a minute.
I request everyone to please keep their phones on silent and inside at all times and to maintain a professional code of conduct. Please.
We request all the participants to raise their hands only after we open the floor for rebuttal, else it won't be considered.
Welcome back, everyone. We hope the teams are refreshed for the second session of this debate. We now invite Team Alpha from IMI New Delhi, represented by Ashutosh and Varshini, who will be speaking for the motion.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic here is, does Indian education system provide or produce leaders? Yes, we Team Alvas believe that Indian education system not only produces leaders, but world-class leaders. Because we are that part of the society which say, as soon as we wake up, even before doing our very first task of the day, we say, Karagre vasate Lakshmi, Karamadhye Saraswati, Karamulya Sthite Gauri, Prabhate Karadarshanam, which means we always have education in every part of our soul, even before we start our day. When we started collecting facts for supporting this topic, we came across a wonderful fact that Indian leaders, in contrast to the world leaders or say Western leaders, while asked to strategize or rank what are the key factors that make leaders, they say they first prioritize their strategy, second prioritize their employee well-being and education, and then only they say investor value. When we asked why is investor value ranked third, they say when all the other factors come into play and everything is positive, investor value is created in itself and it is sustainable. Not just created, but sustainable. Not only that, these companies which we are mentioning are not just Indian companies. They are world-class companies which have international exposure. They say Anand Mahindra, Azim Premji, one of the most world's renowned leaders, even after themselves being the shareholders of the company, prioritize education because they themselves come from Indian education system and they understand how much Indian education system or education influences them and transforms individual into a world-class leader. They prioritize their employees' education because I have seen wherein people started just as a sales employee and turned to a CEO.
Now, being from an MBA, let us start with some statistics, some numbers where we can quantify whether how effective is our education system. Number one, 20% of the Silicon Valley leaders, executives come from origins from education system of India. Number two, 30% of the executives that exist in USA and the Western world come from people that are from Indian are people from Indian origin and have studied in Indian schools and colleges. Next thing, let us to understand how effective is the Indian education system. Let us look at one of the best frameworks, the Kirkpatrick's 4-level model. Number one, let us understand what is the first reaction when people actually get into the Indian education system. Around 85% of the IIT graduates have confirmed that the education system till date has helped them in their career. Let us understand the second part, that is the learning aspect of it. The people that are in the Indian education system tend to be from 6th to 12th tend to be 65% more effective in maths, science, and other competitive fields as compared to other cultures. Let us look at, post this, let's understand what is the behavior of those leaders. People that are from Indian education systems are preferred around 35% times more as compared to any other particular race. Because of this fact that they would prioritize, just like my teammate has mentioned here, that they would prioritize the values over anything else. In conclusion, I'd like to put a perspective that the 21st century that we are living in, the world that is moving around, this cradle of civilization is built upon the people of Indian education system. Thank you so much.
The floor is now open for rebuttals for the judges.
So one point that I wanted to mention, you said that X% of CEOs who are from Indian origin, they are currently in the US. So just want to clarify, most of them, at least more than 50% of them, they have done additional degree in the US, only then they got into where they are right now. So would you like to share your thoughts on that?
Definitely, ma'am. First of all, I'd like to highlight the fact that, let's say, consider the system of Australia. If, as an individual, I want to be a teacher in secondary education system in Australia, irrespective of all the degrees I've done, I have to do an additional course in their particular system in order to understand the system, how their culture works, how their education works. And this is something that even we Indians have to go there, and in order to understand the culture, how the workings are, we have to do their further courses.
I'd like to add, I am a chartered accountant and CA is an Indian course. I've recently done CFA and I can say compared to my other mates, I have performed well. That is because despite CFA being an international course, I have my Indian education system which formed a very strong foundation which helped me clear that course.
As you said that academics is important to become a leader. So for example, a student is good in mathematics and they know all the theorems in the schools and the periodic table they all remember. So how do you think that education has helped him to become a leader?
It is not in silos about the bookish knowledge which we are referring to. In our context, education is not just about learning theorems, which are important, I agree. But apart from that, what we are taught are the values. Because as I've mentioned earlier, Indian leaders have values and prioritize others or helping others turn into better individuals. I'd say it is the value system which we have in us, which helps the people transform into leaders. And I'd say values inculcate much of the Indian education system.
To add on to that fact, ma'am, if you want to go ahead, please continue. I just
she said that value system is important, but nobody is teaching the value system. Na? People are being scored on basis of marks and all of that, but there is no subject as value system as when I.
The best part about Indian education system is that, ma'am, we don't have to implement any value system. The culture that we come along with, the schools that we are in, values like hard work, persistence, and the right leadership qualities are already inculcated from within since the first year itself, the first year of education.
And even in MBA, we are mostly graded, as we are currently in an MBA setting, we are mostly graded on how we treat our teammates and how we together as a team go forward, not just as an individual.
Just one more to answer your answer your question. You mentioned that people that are good in mathematics and theories might not be, how would they become a good leader? A person that is good with mathematics, numbers, would understand something good like, would be definitely good for something like consultings, would be definitely good with something like doing, the guesstimates. The guesstimates, they would be wonderful at guesstimates. And leaders, I think one of the studies that I came across, around 73% of the people that are leaders have shown great tremendous performance in their guesstimates.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
We shall now proceed with the next team.
I would now like to invite Team Thea Veritas from Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, represented by Vedant and Dishant, who will be speaking for the motion.
One of the primary fallacies of assessing the outcome of any education policy, let alone the Indian education policy, is the fact that a lot of undue importance is placed on what happens inside the classroom, rather than incorporating what happens outside the classroom into the analysis, even when assessing softer or more holistic outcomes such as leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have to assess the impact that the Indian education system has on its students for qualities such as leadership, we must look at the opportunities that the Indian education system provides for its students outside the classroom. At the primary, secondary, and senior secondary level, students have the opportunity to take part in activities such as inter-house competitions, inter-school competitions, the NCC, the NSS, MUNs, among other avenues to develop those skills. We have student councils and other student bodies at school and undergrad levels that allow for ample opportunities for students to develop the necessary holistic skills. We even have case competitions now where creative thinking is primarily rewarded and appreciated. The National Cadet Corps, established in 1948 under the aegis of the Ministry of Defense, instills the value of discipline, time management, crisis management, teamwork through drills, camps, and other group activities. The National Service Scheme, established in 1969 under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, instills the values of project management, interpersonal skills, and places an emphasis on grassroots leadership through direct engagement with the rural hinterland. These systems and avenues have instilled leadership skills in the youth for decades and are a part of the overall education system. So to say that the Indian education system doesn't create leaders would be a myopic assessment of the overall impact it has had on students over decades.
15th October 1931, a child was born in Ramanathanpuram, Tamil Nadu. Did his schooling from a village in Ramanathanpuram, undergraduation from University of Madras, and specialization from Madras Institute of Technology, contributed significantly to the astrophysics and the education sector of the country, became the President of India. Yes, you guessed it right. He was none other than Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the missile man. Ladies and gentlemen, it would be no surprise to you if I say that Abdul Kalam sir was the byproduct of Indian education system. So is Jayati Ghosh. So is N.V. Ramana. So is Geeta Gopalchari, Satyajit Ray, and millions of other people that no one you have ever heard of because of a rampant obsession with authority, money, and CXO level positions. There are leaders in academia, in the field of research, in the field of film industry, and social activism as well. Honorable member of jury, the main crux and the issue here today is that we are conflating authority with leadership. That is happening in this debate today and has been happening since the inception of the civilization. I humbly submit to you all, is mother not a leader in her house? Is a doctor or a lawyer running a small practice in your locality not leading? Are those 4 crores unnamed MSME not leading their way to contribute 30% of the GDP of the nation and 50% of the exports? Are those 1.25 lakh startups who are at a very nascent stage, by the way, not trying to make this world a better place of living? And all these people get their education from this Indian education system, and by all the other attributes that my learned friend mentioned are debate competition, NCC, Scout and Guides, and other aspects as well. So in conclusion, subject to the fact that there is always scope for improvement, but if we say that Indian education system is not creating leaders, we are keeping a very myopic interpretation of the term education and leadership and not giving the credit, respect, and acknowledgement to our citizens of the nation what they actually deserve.
The floor is now open for the judges.
So what are the 3 qualities of the leader according to you? People get it from the education. 3 qualities of the leader. Like you said, authority does not come under leadership. So what according to you are 3 top qualities of the leader?
So thank you, ma'am. That's a great question. Authority is one aspect of leadership. Without an authority-responsibility relationship, there cannot be a leader. But however, our humble submission was we are sticking over that. Furthermore, the other aspects includes, but not limited to, teamwork, celebrating innovation, and boosting your teammates. That's what happens in the Kirana stores. That's what happened at the MSME level and at the startups. So that's why we humbly submit that these are the kind of people who are actually leaders and receiving their education from this education system. So that's the case.
The floor is now open for the participants.
Hello, this is Ananya Pandey from team Sherlock Homies. So you mentioned how education system today is creating leaders, but we have a very minute perspective of what leader is. But isn't it because of the education system that we are conditioned to see those certain categories as leaders? It is because it is of the standardization of education system that we only perceive certain people as leader, and education system is not allowing us to move beyond that and see beyond that.
I would say standardization is a necessary evil, first of all. The fact that we have 22 scheduled languages, the fact that we have to cover, and in states like Bihar, we only have 54% rural penetration of education literacy levels. So standardization is a necessary evil in that regard. You need to make sure that people are literate first before making them question the theory. And as far as the second part is concerned, I don't think that the education system at a primary level in itself should be held responsible for the fact that a lot of people don't consider other people as leaders. It's just that the sensationalized view of what a leader is, the fact that we're conflating authority with leadership, it's more of our colonial heritage rather than anything else. Because if it was not a leader, you would not be listening to your teachers, you would not be listening to your mentors, you would not be listening to your project leads.
This is Neeti Garg from Ola Amigos LSR. You mentioned in your speech that the current curriculum encourages things like NCC and MUNs and debates. Then why is that these activities are still considered extracurricular activities? And even me being here right now, I am being discouraged from this because that very curriculum gives me marks for attendance as well. So if I'm here, I'm not getting attendance, which has marks, which then downgrades whatever my CGPA is.
I would say that, first of all, our major position was that elements outside the classroom should also be incorporated when we're talking about the assessment of the overall education system. As for your point, I think it's more of a specific case of that particular institute, because there are many institutes who do encourage such participations, who offer certain positions where you can maybe opt in for on-duty forms or other things. So to conflate the entire system as such would be...
Furthermore, as I said, subject to all the limitations that we have, obviously there is a scope for improvement in our education system. I'm being optimistic about that. But we cannot negate the fact that this current education system is the reason we are conducting this debate today. All right. And there are inter-school and inter-college level competition in every college and school today. So these are the kind of traits that are creating a leader. What the mindset needs to be changed is amongst us, because we are going to be the way forward in the future.
We will now proceed with the next team.
I would now like to invite Team Mates from Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management, represented by Bhagat Singh and Shubhrajyoti Dev, who will be speaking against the motion.
Greetings to one and all. Today, India on a global platform has become the home to a lot of CEOs, CXOs, and global leaders, even leader of the Global South, India itself, and even the president of the World Bank. But I say they're outliers. And why do I say that? The Indian education system is rigged against leaders. World Bank's 2018 report, India, the Challenge to Education and Skill Development, found out that greater than 70% of Indian students feel pressurized to excel in exams, and rather than understand, just simply score. And that creates an issue of conformity, and that reduces creativity, because I say followers learn, leaders question. This is all rooted in two factors, social and historical. My historical factor would be obviously the colonial impact on India. Since colonial government demolished our own education systems of gurukuls and madrasas and instead replaced it with their own schools that they created to fill the lower ranks of their own bureaucracy and their own East India Company. And we saw them as global leaders, we saw them as powerful people, and we took from that system a lot, like we took from took for our constitution, but in the education system that did not work out very well for us. The social factor. Today, a parent goes to get their child enrolled into a institution, a school, even a preschool, and they see a lot of competition. That creates fear, and fear is the greatest opposition for creating curiosity and creating a lot of enthusiasm towards the education system, and that creates a rat race. Because of that, we see that a lot of students are only there to, well, attendance and to excel in their exams. There was the National Assessment on Learning Outcomes also found that greater than 90% of Indian students feel the pressure. Greater than 90% of Indian students rely on memorization and solely read and memorize to blurt out in their exams.
Putting forward to what Bhagat said. Well, Indian education system, though monumental in scale and has historical significance, it is architect for more compliance and creativity. Now, it is a factory that churns out skilled individuals but rarely molds visionaries. The rote of learning model prioritizes replication of information over critical thinking and a culture of followers who adhere to establish norm rather than challenging them. Furthermore, the hierarchical teacher-student dynamic places an authority on a pedestal and encouraging young minds to accept then questioning. While this numerous discipline, it does so at the expense of independent thought. Indian rich culture legacy brims with example of leaders who broke the mold, yet the current system scarcely equips with students to replicate such audacity. Until the education system embraces the creativity, challenges conventional thoughts, it will continue to produce more who maintains the status quo rather than dispute it. These are not just observation, but they are the words of gospel. Thank you.
The floor is now open for the judges.
So what, according to you, should be the system to qualify students if there are no examination? Like you said, students fear from examination. So how do you find a way to do that?
That's a great question, but that's too wide a question for me to answer right now. And at the same time, I don't think exams are a problem. I think that mandate that this is what an exam is supposed to be like, that is an issue. A free flow of ideas and a free flow of application of those ideas is what I believe more strongly we should rely on. And for example, we saw school that was in Three Idiots that where students were learning through application. What a motor is, we all know in theory, but how a motor works, we don't know that. And we don't apply that a lot of the times. Even when school projects are being done, they're given as homework. And students get those made from outside. They pay for those things just to get it over with. Something like that, if done in class with the within the presence of a teacher, I think that could work better. And not just for STEM, for other subjects as well.
The floor is now open for the participants.
My name is Srishti Milan from Women of Peace. So my question to you is, do you think the education system in abroad does not have any pressure like Stanford, Harvard and MIT are easy to crack and get in? That's my first. And my second is that you said the test makes a pressure. I think the society makes a pressure. Our education system is not pressuring us. Our families are. So it actually depends on which upbringing you give to your kids and what my parents did. I never fear of exams. I enjoy them because my parents always say that we love you whatever you get. So education system is doing just fine. What's your take?
See, I see a future leader there, but at the same time, I did not say that exams are wrong. The way we approach them as a society, I said social factors are an issue. And I think you and I agree there that the social issues are a problem. And how we can solve that is because we see a lot of population, we see a lack of opportunities. There is an imbalance there. That is why there is a fear that we will miss out if we do not excel. And the format of the exams are set so hardbound that we do not read to learn, we read to answer. And that is where we're lacking. And my solution to the problem, my idea of the solution to the problem, I think that is what is missing from our education system. And coming back to your point about MIT and Stanford, the race to MIT and Stanford, that is where the competition lies. The pressure inside is the pressure of grasping a lot of knowledge, of how to apply it, on how to solve it. A term paper solution would be pressuring, but at the same time, it would be fun. But the lack of time and opportunity. May I still answer?
Can we have a raise of hand once again?
Hi, I am Akansha Sharma from Christ University and Team Verbal Warriors. So my question to you is what do you say about brain drain? Most of the students in India like to study abroad, and this is totally fine because they don't provide us with ample of opportunities in India. So they go to different places to find themselves or find different opportunities.
First of all, thank you for coming. Even I'm an undergrad from Christ University. I must tell you that even though people are going abroad for better opportunities, I just want to state that they are not actually going for opportunity, but they are going for a new environment. People are going to see what they can actually not feel inside a country. We can see that in the past few years, our education system has been mostly focused on the questioning rather than analytical prowess. I believe that if we go over to it and if we focus on more on the creativity, I believe that India can be one of those places where we can actually churn out a lot of individuals.
Adding to what Shubhro said, I think they're also going for due to the lack of opportunities here. And I think there is somewhat change coming about. In NEP, we grew our education budget allocation from 3% to 6%. 3% was not good enough for India, and since that is what OECD recommends for any developing or developed nation, the number is 4.5%, and just as any other country, say Japan.
We will now proceed with the next team.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
I would now like to invite Team Brainiacs from Amrapali Group of Institutes, represented by Aparajita and Manish, who will be speaking for the motion.
Esteemed management, honorable judges, and everyone present here, good afternoon. So while I was sitting down there and listening to the thoughts that are being shared here, despite the stance, I must say I am quite pleased with the result of the Indian education system. We all are the offshoots of the Indian education system, right? With confidence and with full force and verve in their voices, giving the vibe of a true leader, this makes my job easier to explain my stance. I like to call the Gurukul system as the original Indian education system that focused on holistic development and encompassing emotional, physical, intellectual, and spiritual growth, and instilling discipline and responsibility, leadership demand and accountability, emphasis on dharma, duty focused on society, family, and themselves. Indian education system encouraged questioning and philosophical debates, such as the Shastrat. It focused on critical thinking and problem solving. Encouragement of collaborations. If we had such a great system, then what went south? It was the British education system that was imposed upon us through gradual changes, like in the Charter Act of 1813, Macaulay's Minutes, Wood's Dispatch, etc. The primary goal of the British education system was to create a workforce that could assist in the administrative tasks and strengthen colonial rule, replacing the old and the vibrant Indian education system which emphasized on the holistic learning with a stagnant Western-style curriculum specifically designed for India. The British education system lays an emphasis on the rote learning, examination, and certifications, which reflected the British approach of creating clerical and administrative workers, English being the dominant language thanks to the Macaulay's Minutes, and the education policies. The main focus was to sideline the Indian education policies and the indigenous knowledge subjects so that we remain oblivion to our education system, never be proud of it, and remain subdued to the British grandeur that is what they wanted us to believe.
The conscience of society evolves with time. The bar of ignorance shatters and humanity has thrived, and that is what India has done. The Indian education system, especially in recent times with the introduction of NEP 2020, emphasizes a holistic approach to learning. This means that students are encouraged not only academically, but to develop emotional intelligence, leadership skills, and social awareness. Unlike rote learning, tradition of the past, modern Indian education is increasingly focusing upon critical thinking, problem solving, and innovation. EQ is increasingly emphasized in Indian education. A leader must need to be able to understand their own emotion, manage relationship, and navigate social complexities. Education in India, particularly in its traditional form, has always been focused not just on knowledge, but on building character. It encourages resilience, perseverance, and the ability to rise above adversity. Leaders are made through trials and challenges, and the system often tests their ability to overcome obstacles through various exercises. The NEP 2020 is doing the latter good to the existing education system. It aims to reform the education system to align with global standard, focuses on the overall development and multidisciplinary education. India is a country of 1.3 billion people, and it is not possible to run a country this gigantic without leaders. We are the fastest growing economy with 110 unicorns, approximately 1.5 lakh registered startups, with diversity and culture all goes without saying. The point is, we are doing things the right way. The leaders are not just the PMs, CEOs, all those fancy tags. There are numerous leaders around the world. Just because we cannot see them, it does not mean that they do not exist at all. Thank you.
Just one question. If we are so good in it, why do the job descriptions just mention that eligibility criteria that students who have passed from IITs, NITs can apply, and that is a mandatory field, right? So if we are doing so well everywhere, why do we have these kind of eligibility criteria, which is limiting us to just 5% or 2% of the colleges?
Thank you for the question, madam. Just because we are doing so well, that doesn't mean that we cannot do much better. There is always a chance for doing better. And the fact that you said that only the top Ivy League schools, they are approached. So that is because they are like the top students. That is the reality. We cannot change that. If they are in the top institution, that they must have done something good. And the better thing we can do is that we can acknowledge that fact and we can work upon ourselves and do the better things.
So do you agree that rather than, if I have a brand of an IIT or NIT, I need to put in comparatively lesser of an effort to create a brand for myself compared to, let's say, someone who's a non-IITian, who has to go through a lot of efforts to reach the same level of brand? Do you agree to that?
So, well, to answer that question, I would say that it depends on the skill. Having a tag of IIT or IIM, it does not imply the fact that I am a good leader or I might have a lot of skill. It might imply that I have knowledge, but do I have the practice of that knowledge? Can I apply that knowledge? Can I say it out loud in front of an audience? Can I make a difference by my voice? So yeah, while being said that the cream, the IIT, the IIMs, and all those top institutions, they are, I'm not denying the fact they are excellent, they're brilliant, but what also should be taken into consideration is the practice of that knowledge. That's it.
And just adding to a little bit to that, Indian education system gives everyone the equal chance to join the IITs or to join any of the college. India always gives equal opportunity to everyone. It is upon the individual initiative of everyone that what they achieve. So there is nothing wrong in acknowledging the fact that they are good because they have done something. That is not something that was rendered to them just because something that was by birth. They achieved it, right?
We'll now proceed with the participants.
Good afternoon. This is Avik from Team Senators, 4 School of Management. Lovely talk. You mentioned about India having 110 startups. Just to point, or to add to that.
Unicorns, sir, unicorn.
Sorry? Unicorns and 1.5 lakh registered startups. India is third on the list and a distant third. The next highest is China with 340 unicorns, and America has got more than 1,000. My point is, when you say that everyone in India has equal opportunities, do you think that the current system of reservation is doing justice to all Indians alike?
On the topic of reservation, if we specifically talk about, I think reservation, we don't have to see it very negatively. Reservation, yes, of course, with time it has rotted a bit, but the original idea behind reservation was that to uplift the people who were not given a chance. Like, specifically reservation is given to the SC, STs and the OBCs. I think that is what you are talking about, sir. So, they were, the life that they have lived for 150 years just because of 50 years of reservation, that cannot be like that can be compensated, right? So we have to give them a substantial amount of time, and I think we are doing good in that path, and a time will come definitely when the reservation will go away, but I think right now there is definitely a chance. We see a top creamy layer of people sometimes set up as an example that they are exploiting the reservation, but that doesn't mean the reservation is not working at a lower state of, for people at the lower state of the society. So I think, sir, right now there is a need for reservation, and that is not something negative.
So my question is simply that you just mentioned that Indian education system gives everyone an equal opportunity, and that goes hand in hand with your own argument about IITs and other institutes. But IIT, it's so hard, so heavy, it's such a heavy competition, and I definitely don't see an equality of opportunity there, because a person going to so many institutes like FITZI and etc., they definitely are not on the same plane with a person who is coming from a much less privileged family and who cannot afford that kind of a specialization. So what are your views on that?
First of all, the amount of people given an exam, that has nothing to do with the opportunity that was being given. Opportunity is given to everyone, and the question of reservation comes up there, because as you said, there's many people are not privileged. So those are not privileged, they are giving the actual reservation that sir earlier talked about. So.
And also, that is a very generic question. I think there are examples of people who are from a lower strata of income, and they have excelled and they have cracked IIT and many of that topmost colleges. So I think very specifically to answer that, yes, there are people who are from the lower strata who cannot build that education, but there are also examples where they can do it and they have done it tremendously. So yeah, that would be the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We shall now proceed with the next team.
I would now like to invite team the Boogie Woogie from Satyavati College, Delhi, represented by Aditya Tyagi and Samia Rajratan, who will be speaking for the motion.
I'm audible?
Am I too? Okay, great. The debate until now is whether the education system is good or bad. That is not what the topic is. It's whether the Indian education system is creating leaders and or is it creating followers. All the opposition teams here have took it upon themselves to criticize the education system first and then to prove how it creates followers. Well, to create a follower, you do not, at the first place, you do not even need an education system. A follower can be on the personal biases of caste, gender, or religion. It is then to create a leader that you need an education system in place in the first place. All the intricate qualities that a leader possess must be inculcated in the education system that is provided. Then, what is a leader? I think here most of the definitions of leader were skewed, if not bad. I guess leader is not a person in positions of power. A leader is a person who probably goes ahead and have the abilities and skills to guide and influence. The dynamics of leader is not just limited enough to corporate or political sector. It is wide. It is very wide enough. From an educated mother who is guiding her child to give ethical values, probably a college kid who is teaching a high school student for his boards exams, or it's even a simple educated mediator in every Delhi road fight. All of these people possess qualities of leaders and use them in best possible and optimal ways. But these qualities are not the traits that a person is born with. These are the qualities that are inculcated in a person through the golden tool of education. Indian education system through centuries and beyond have been creating leaders, from epitomes like Ram and Arjun through Gurukuls, that our education system, as most of you have also conceded here, was in the ancient times great. And now even with the new implementation of new education policy, we are recycling the ancient and the rich heritage that we had. All of the leaders that were created before are in a process of creating in the present times. For now, with new education policy, we are creating a recycled way from history and of present to create better leaders.
So this simply means that all of the sides from opposition have conceded to the fact that ancient system of Indian education was probably the best in the world. That means if new education policy comes up and it takes the same narratives that were told in the past, then we will probably become the best again. We'll probably make more leaders. That means we created leaders in the past, we will create more. Then I don't know what is the scope of this debate then. Scope of this debate is very limited to a very small extent. But to comment on the past or the present condition of education in India, I think I can go ahead and watch a YouTube video to understand what is CA and what is CFA. Why CFA is different from CA without being from the same background. All of this is the part of education system. Our education system is not just limited to schools. It has gone online. It has Unacademy, Byju's. All of these are platforms that provide me education of the highest strata. But all of this is true. That means I can go ahead and mitigate all the claims made by the other side to say that education system is bad. I can say it is good because it has increased the access of education. But all of this is unnecessary if I prove this. Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao was an movement started by Indian government, and it ultimately impacted education sector in a way where women were prioritized in education sector, where women were told to go ahead and buy into education by get themselves educated. This ultimately goes ahead and proves that if you educate one woman, you educate the whole generation. Women, by educating women, we made leaders within a single family that educated the whole generation in the first place. That means the leader's definition, whatever Samya explained to you just now being mother, this is the proven fact that we don't need a lot of leaders in terms of directors, CEOs, or even politicians for that matter. What we need to create is good civilized citizens, a good person, or probably even a high-skilled labor is a good individual, can be a good leader for their own children who are living in poverty. If you can give 5,000 more ways to a person by simply educating them, you make them a leader, and that is why education system creates leaders.
When we talk about education system, let us first agree that YouTube University is not education system. Education system is actually getting into a course or certification or through schooling, going through a structured form and then learning something. YouTube University is just inquisitiveness, right? Having said that, give me a practical example of how you can convert a follower into a leader if our education system is too good.
Cool. Insofar you make a person believer of the fact that Mahatma Gandhi ji was good and non-violence is a trait that everyone should follow. I, as a mother, go ahead and buy into that fact. I teach my children that whatever happens, don't do violence, because whatever you give to the society will give you back. If my child goes ahead and fights with a particular individual, the violence will come back. That means the quality that was inculcated into me by my education system regarding Mahatma Gandhi ji to be a follower of him was the same value I inculcated into my child, and that is the same values I inculcate, and that is why it's good. On a practical.
I guess with that basis, the mother who was follower of Mahatma Gandhi became the leader to the child.
Again, we are going beyond the Indian education system. That is the learning that we'll get within our family. what is the Indian education system, the formal structure way? Tell me examples of schools, colleges, certification programs through which we can get educated. And like you mentioned, you said that a follower can be converted into a leader if the education system is such. Give me examples, 1 or 2 examples, that would be good.
In my 8th standard, I had a subject of Indian freedom struggle. I was told Mahatma Gandhi ji is the icon of the nation simply because he was the person without tearing a blood, without shedding single blood drop, he probably brought independence to the nation. That was the value inculcated me through the academics that was taught to me by my 8th grade teacher through the books that I read. All of this were not just academic in nature, because in exams I was asked the question, what are the values you learn from Mahatma Gandhi and what he did for the nation? I write the same values in my education, in my examination paper, and I replicate that into the same world because they are easy to understand, because I don't think peace treaties or non-violence is a very difficult or a debating jargon to understand to people, and that is what our case is.
The floor is now open for the participant for one more question.
You voted at the same time. Yeah, he was the first.
Hello, my name is Gaurav Kulkarni from FMS Delhi and team The Himalayas. My question is, you have opined that formal education is indispensable to leadership. What is your take on someone like K. Kamraj, who did not receive any formal education, who was one of Tamil Nadu's best chief ministers, and ensured Shastriji's ascent to prime ministership during his tenure as the president of the Indian National Congress? Thank you.
Great question. The only problem in this question is, the debate is not about whether leaders can only be formed through education system. The debate is otherwise. Does education system create leaders or followers? I think you interpreted the line in a reverse manner, that leaders can only be educated and non-educated people cannot be leaders. And that is the problem with that question. Otherwise, that's a great question. I don't have an answer to that. But the problem is with the question. Thank you so much.
We shall now move on to the next team.
I would now like to invite team Sherlock Homies from Kamala Nehru College, represented by Ananya Kaushik and Ananya Pandey, who will be speaking against the motion.
The Indian education system in its current form predominantly creates followers rather than leaders, and I stand firmly in support of this motion. From the outset, the education system is built on rote learning and the reproduction of textbook knowledge. It prioritizes memorization over critical thinking and creativity. Students are taught to adjust, not question, to memorize, not analyze. This approach hinders the ability to think independently, stifling innovation and originality. Examinations, the backbone of our education system, further reinforce this conformity. Success is measured by ranks or numbers or marks rather than understanding or application of knowledge. This not only limits intellectual curiosity, but also discourages risk-taking, which is a key trait of a leader. I would like to share one of my own example. When I asked my GIS professor about the in-depth knowledge of GIS, then I was told to stick to what's written in the curriculum, to stick what's written in the syllabus. This left me feel trapped in a structured environment created by the education system. This creates generation conditioned to follow instructions rather than break new grounds. While the National Education Policy 2020 aims to address some of these issues by emphasizing critical thinking, experiential learning, and rote memorization, but the implementation remains a challenge. For instance, although the policy promotes inquiry-based learning, many schools continue to prioritize completing the syllabus. Without proper training for teachers and a significant cultural shift, the goals of NEP 2020 risk ink remain on paper while the students continue to be molded into followers who stick to predefined patterns.
Hello everyone. Today I stand here to argue against the motion that education today prepares us for life. Because if life is a test, then our education system teaches us how to fail. Not academically though, but individually. Our education system is hailed as a system which prepares students to excel in stress. But the reality is, it teaches us how to work in stress, during depression, self-doubt, anxiety. Education, as long as you have a perfect score, no one cares that your mental capacity is in negatives and your individuality is eroded by the system who create cookie-cutter minds. Let me ask you all this one question. How many of you all previously hesitated to ask a question in a class or even today? How many of you all has rather gone after marks than doing your hobbies or chasing your passion? Because this is the reality of the system. The system prioritizes answers over question. It forces us to look through the minds of the author of the textbook and not through our own critical imagination and logical thinking. And many of my fellow mates here who is in the favor of the motion talks about NEP policy. NEP policy is great. It offers us numerous courses for skill development and value addition. It offers us internship opportunity. It sounds very revolutionized, right? But it's not the case. I am from the batch of NEP, and I can tell you from my personal experience, the surprise that I got when I was handed to write a written assignment for a practical paper, thinking that how writing about communication techniques and leadership skill would actually enhance my ability. So this system is actually, NEP system is actually a very beautifully gift-wrapped repackage of the old previous traditional framework of the system that had outdated methods. So this system remains very ordinary, and in such an ordinary system, many extraordinary people cannot be created. So if life is a lesson, is a test, this system teaches us how to give the answers correctly, but to never raise our own questions. Thank you.
Let's say that we follow a different approach towards education system where, let's say, we are not putting in competition. Do you think that it would trigger complacency in the students if there is no competition and we give equal opportunities, no exams, etc.?
The question here, I am not against a competition. A healthy competition is required in every field for people to be active in that arena, in that aspect. But the question here is that is everybody is able to access to that competition in a healthy way? I'm not against just removing the concept of competition from the education system. No, it's about the skill enhancement course that I mentioned about and the value addition course that I mentioned about. That should be present, but at a great level. You offer me a course called digital marketing, but at the end of the day, I'm writing a 30-page assignment for it. So this is not gonna make me compete and go into that field. You teach me about art of being happy, but all I do is write about the theories of Aristotle and many other philosophers. This is now how you implement skill and value addition in real life.
For the first question, the raise of hands, please.
Cool. Under new education policy, you make a choice to choose a subject of SEC, VAC, etc., etc. Insofar you go ahead and make a choice, how do you become a follower through this education system?
Okay, as I mentioned in my speech, I am actually in my 5th semester, and my SEC course that I chose was public speaking and leadership qualities. Right, leadership qualities, and the classes had around 180 students. This was a perfect opportunity for the debates to be conducted, right, for group discussions to be conducted, right. But here, at the end of the day, they asked for an assignment for a 1 page about what is leadership skills. How do you think it should be inculcated in people? How will that impact in real life if we are made to be right about it?
And we are marked for these sex and vax on the basis of biasness of the teachers. If we are coming to class regularly, if we are sitting in front of the teachers, if we are
if we are not doing the assignments timely, because these assignments are all written. So NEP is very good, and a lot of debaters talks about it. So that's why I raised the question, because how it is making us leaders. At the end of the day, we are same following the archaic system of just writing and never questioning it, because we are conditioned to do so.
Just a second. Show of hands for the second one. Please don't raise it before the announcement.
Please don't raise it before the announcement.
We'll start again. Now, please.
This is Aditi, Team Women of Peace from IMI New Delhi. So my question to you is, you said that you just couldn't, you were so overloaded with your academics so that the other areas were not left for you to explore. So just giving a personal anecdote, I've been a CBSE student, but I myself have been trained into Indian classical dance forms all my student life for 10 to 12 years. And not just me, I've seen many of my peers do the same. So don't you think it's all about the intent and also level of dedication when it comes to balancing and excelling yourself apart from academics?
You're right. For the academics, we need to have a vision for different things in life too. That makes us a leader, the extracurricular activity. But what happens in this education system, as I also mentioned in one of my questions, that we actually make we actually put ambitions on different categories, and it's a multiple choice question of close-ended question that you have to choose from it. I am very glad for you that you had the opportunity to go for it, but a lot of students here don't have that opportunity by their schools, by their colleges, and even by their parents, of course, but they are not offered these opportunities. Also, someone mentioned that tennis class is changed into trigonometry classes, right? So this is something that happens in the reality. And I'm happy for your growth, but education is there to bridge this gap. So this should be for everyone, and not just for extracurricular activities. There are new professions like influencer, being on YouTube. Why don't we vouch for that? Because our education system has had this archaic, fundamental, and old method of just boxing our ambitions into certain categories. Thank you.
We will now proceed with the next team.
I would now like to invite Team Opinionators from Motilal Nehru University, Delhi, represented by Raj Shekhar Mishra and Priyanshu Vats, who will be speaking for the motion.
Hello, am I audible? If it is okay, can I just speak without the mic? Okay, thank you. We'll start in 3, 2, 1. The purpose of the education is not merely an intellectual development, it is to build the character of the individual, once said by APJ Abdul Kalam, the great academician of this nation. This is the exact notion that is suited to the Indian education system, which not only believes in the intellectual or the innovation development of the individual, it is building the character through the moral ethics and the values of the individual. If I first analyze this motion on the sociological aspect, we have to look at the Indian education system provide lot of affirmative actions, financial scholarships for the marginalized and underprivileged communities, which is nowhere exist in other education system in the huge manner, which leads to marginalized communities gain that social mobility. Marginalized communities actually reach those top premier institutions of these countries, and then we see in the today's scenario the leaders from the marginalized communities, starting from K.R. Narayan, Draupadi Murmu, Ramnath Kovind, all these are the products of the Indian education system who are from the underprivileged communities. Second, when we analyze this motion on the psychological aspect, we have to look at when we're talking about the leader. A leader is the one who actually fosters empathy, who has that resilience, who has that mental toughness. And that is the exact notion that is gained when we look at those competitive exams. All the other opposition speakers treating competitive examination as a mental burden, but they don't realize how it is acted as a resilience that actually gives the mental toughness and makes us ready for the real life challenges. Along with that, on the psychological aspect, I want to say that the classroom learning system that exists in the India, it actually fosters empathy between the cross-cultural interaction, because students from cross-cultural backgrounds come together. That gives the sense of oneness and unity in the students, and that can lead to foster societal empathy and societal harmony. On the economic aspect, if we analyze this motion, it was talked a lot, but no one has given the proper analysis. On the economic aspect also, Indian education system first not gives you only that the premier education institutes like IITs and IIMs are only the source. The source can also be vocational learning, vocational skills that can gain through polytechnic and other fields, and that will actually makes you believe to makes you ready for the real life market that exists. It makes you ready for the employment opportunities. There are some issues, but this issue doesn't actually counts that Indian education system not creating leaders at all. Thank you.
In the words of the great man John C. Maxwell, I quote, "A leader is someone who knows the right thing to do, shows the right way, and goes the right path," I unquote. Panel, before actually starting with my debate today, allow me to make one thing and one thing very clear. That money, wealth, fame, power, position of power should not be the sole criteria to decide whether someone is a leader or not. These things might very well make you a boss or a capitalist or a businessman or a celebrity for that context, but surely does not make you a leader. For someone to be truly a leader, he or she or they must have empathy, sympathy, morals, ethics, ideas, innovations, these things, and most importantly, how many lives they have bettered in their lifespan. Panel, strengthening the points that were mentioned by my very worthy team member. First is social aspect. Panel, we have to understand that wherever you go in this world, wherever you will find a good leader, you will never find them with the absence of ethics and morals. This gives us the conclusion that if you want to turn someone into a good leader, you will have to infuse them with good ethics and morals. And what other education system to go to but the Indian education system for this regard? I take pride that I come from an education system that taught me about ethics and morals from a tender age. I take pride that I come from an education system that taught me about Ramayana and Mahabharata, not from religious point of view, but from the point of view of ethics and morals. Panel, coming to my second point, it has been mentioned a lot of times that Indian education system is so rigorous, it is so tiring, it puts so much mental pressure onto them. Panel, you have been into real world experience, you have been into real world industrial experience. Let's talk in the real world terms. The world is not all strawberries, it is not all rainbows. After all, I would rather have a leader who has had a tough life but will not crumble under pressure than to have a leader who has had an easy life but will crumble under pressure, because mental strength is a necessity. It is not an option for a leader, it is a necessity, because he has the accountability of all the people that work under him. Now to give counters to the teams that have spoken before me, every team sitting here has a team leader. Their mere presence is a contradiction to their statement by their definition that that Indian education system is not producing leaders. This college itself has 18 clubs, 18 leaders, 18 sub-leaders. Every college has student unions, has leaders. Thank you, and questions are welcome.
Like you said, our Indian education system is teaching empathy, sympathy, resilience, and etc. When was the last time you were scored based on that? In which exam you were scored based on that?
Ma'am, it is not the question that the scoring system requires empathy or not. It is the question that Indian education system, through that competitive or the standardized examination, where it gives a lot of pressure that is required for the real world challenges. In the real world, if there is no competitive exams, students will not able to actually regain or to have that practice of that pressure, of that mental pressure that is required, that can from the really starting or the formating years of the children, our Indian education system keeps on us. That gives us a mental, not mental baggage, a mental strength that we can actually counter the resilience.
Also, ma'am, to add to the point, the last time I was judged over my ethics and morals was my SSB interview, which falls under the Indian education system. So interviews are a major part of Indian education system that tests your resilience, that tests your ethics, morals, and everything.
Do you agree that the existing Indian education system is more risk averse? If not, can you give an example of how it's teaching students to be more risk taker, which eventually would be leading to create more leaders?
Sure, ma'am. So the thing that we need to understand, Indian education system is very holistic in nature, which means it tests you at multiple levels. It tests your mental strength, it tests your psychological strength, it tests your physical and the other strength as well, which means the thing that you are talking about, the risk averseness, is not through the Indian education system. Indian education systems gives you that competitive examination along with the standardized test. This is a theoretical aspect. Along with the, my partner mentioned about the interviews or the holistic things that is there in all the Indian education system. Like if you talk about the UPSC, judiciary, all have their academic course, which actually gives the real world challenges, and that will lead you to make you not risk averse, because you counter a lot of challenges at multiple times, which you haven't have exposure. So you can't just say that it makes you risk averse or only the rote learning. Everything is there.
Okay.
Just you need to.
Also to add to the point, ma'am, I believe that there are no better risk takers than the Indian students to be in a race of being leaders such as IAS and IPS, and to understand that the probability of an average person being there is so low, and yet I see so many people taking that risk for their lives to become a leader. I mean, that is the answer.
The floor is now open for the participants.
Thank you, team, for your for your arguments. I'm Siddharth from Team Duopoly. My question is that all the arguments that you presented contradict with the ACER report of 2023, where an 8th standard student was more than 50% of 8th standard students were unable to read a 5th standard textbook properly. Moreover, the evidence that you provided for empathy, sympathy, ideas, morals, innovations, all these were your own anecdotes. But anecdotes in a system-wide evaluation are inadmissible as evidences, and thus it runs into Occam's razor of an assertion made in the absence of evidence can be rejected in the absence of evidence. Thank you.
Yeah. So, starting with this, I think first, even if you buy that argument that in the Indian education system, there are people who actually, after giving education, not able to actually read or write, whatever. This is the flaw of the ruling government, or that. It doesn't mean Indian education system is itself very right? Because in Indian education system, at least it gives the opportunities to the marginalized community to actually better their lives. In this house, everyone is glorifying the ancient knowledge system, but you need to understand the ancient knowledge or the Gurukul system that we are taking care of doesn't give even chance to the marginalized or the underprivileged communities to actually gain that opportunities to read. That is the flaw of that individual who after giving that opportunity hasn't capitalized on that opportunity. You can't say, because Indian education system is providing you that opportunity. Capitalize, you have to do on your own.
Also to add to the point, to believe in a report without actually understanding how many people were actually reviewed in the report, or what were the sponsors that were behind the report, I mean, that is, has to go against my motion, has to be a failure of education. A proper individual has to understand the things that go behind while preparing a report. Until and unless you are able to provide me who the sponsors of that report were, or how many people were reviewed in that report, I have no option but to not take that report into context. Thank you.
Hi, Akansha this side from Christ University and from Team Verbal Warriors. And my question to you is, like approx 70% of the people seek job security over any startup or over any risk-taking activities. So, and one more thing, like the companies go to for the same package, for the same job roles, they give different paychecks to different institutes. Like they give more to IIMs rather than to the regular colleges. So what do you say about that?
First of all, can you please repeat your question, the first question?
Okay. So I was saying that most of the people seek job security. Approx 70% of the people go to the MBA colleges or the different university, top-notch university for a job security rather than to learn business. So what do you say about that?
I believe that that is a personal opinion, to be very frank, and I do not understand why it has been mentioned again and again that being in a corporate world, you cannot be a leader there. After all, a marketing head is a leader. Someone who's leading a team is a leader. You can be in the corporate world, you can still be a leader. Being an owner does not make you a leader. Not being an owner does not discredit you from being a leader. That is my answer. Yeah, adding on this point, this is the jobs, why Indians prefer job security, because in this India is still a developing country and a lot of people are in poverty. So when the person is in poverty, he has to maximize his basic resources. But the thing we are talking about, the innovation, it's still there. If you look at the report of the World Bank, Ease of Business Doing Index, it has just gone above from 142 rank India, from now it is on 69. So it shows a lot of individuals now take up that opportunities. The individuals who don't take up, it is because they don't have basic resources till now. Where when they have basic resources, they actually go through entrepreneurship and innovation. So that is the reason. It is not the flaw of Indian education, it is the flaw of Indian society. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call upon stage Team Verbal Warriors from Christ University, Delhi NCR, represented by Akansha Sharma and Rupayan Shah, who will be speaking against the motion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Esteemed judges and all my fellow debaters over here. So today we are delving into a topic which strikes the very heart of our nation's future, in the Indian educational system. Does it create leaders or followers? So here I stand before you, would like to argue that our Indian educational system, despite of its merits, has predominantly created more followers than leaders. Now, before you raise your eyebrows, I would like to take you through how the whole system really works, how it's really structured, and where it really begins. So at a very young age, we are taught to memorize and regurgitate all information instead of thinking critically or creatively. There's a high emphasis on rote learning, as mentioned before, where the metric of success is the ability to recall information and not challenge it. So this approach stifles innovation and independent thought, kind of the essential qualities of a good leader. So now let's consider one of the top pursued degrees in India, an MBA. So it's sought after by individuals of all kinds of backgrounds with a promise of becoming a budding entrepreneur or maybe a business leader. But that's not often the reality, because these top institutions and most institutions have these traditional placement processes, which often funnels the graduates into corporate jobs rather than encouraging them to start their own ventures. Even talking about their curriculums, they have multiple subjects to mention, where those subjects are kind of tailored for those joining into large firms where those knowledge is more applicable, but would be of little to no knowledge if they start a venture of their own. So I would like to say, instead of fostering the entrepreneurial spirit, the system molds students into ideal employees for existing businesses.
Now let's talk about some of the statistics. The first one is approx 46.2% of the graduates are employable only, according to the Indian Skills Report. 1.5 million engineers are produced every year by India, and which lacks practical skills. Approx 80% of Indian engineers are unemployed, said McKinsey. It's due to the outdated curriculum. India spent barely 4 to 4.5% of its GDP on education, which is below 6% recommended by UNESCO. Traditional classroom system, we must highlight that 80% of the classroom time is spent on some lectures in which the participation of the students is bare minimum. They are not allowed to ask why in some of the institutes and colleges. Um, Suppressing the student curiosity and ability to think critically, rigid career paths. Most of our parents initiate their kids to follow some rigid paths, approx 80% of them. And one more thing we should not look upon, we should look upon that, it's brain drain. Most of the people wants to go abroad for more career opportunities to polish their skills because they don't find ample of opportunities in India, and that's true. We have to be the creator of these opportunities, not allow to brain drain, instead drain brain. Allow opportunities, make opportunities for the people from abroad to come to India to explore and increase the GDP of India. The problem lies in this that student must be the student must be in the colleges. They must be colleges must prioritize. Must not prioritize rigid pathways, but allow students to explore more and in different areas of studies. Thank you so much.
The floor is now open for the judges.
The fundamental question, why being a follower is bad, okay? And I'll give you the context. I can be employable and still be a follower because if I'm agreeing to the leader, it's okay. I need not go ahead just because for the heck of it. The other point that I want to ask is, if you are in a team, you will realize that having multiple leaders is not so stable compared to having one or two leaders and the rest being followers. So being a follower is actually a good trait. If you don't agree, please share why.
Ma'am, being a leader is a sense of responsibility which lacks in a follower. And Indian education system, apart from this NEP, like NEP has done a lot more changes, which is really good. But if we see, like it's not that much, like one of the member has quoted one thing that's gift wrap the old NEP, old education system in a cover of NEP. So I think to become a leader, it's a more sense of responsibility rather than becoming a follower.
And ma'am, coming to the second question, there's nothing wrong with becoming a follower or being a follower. That's not the point. But coming back to the point of the debate with the topic is it creating followers or leaders? So we just wanted to point out that it creates followers and not leaders. There's nothing wrong with being a follower, clearly, but it creates followers.
The floor is now open for the first question.
You mentioned in your speech that most people getting undergrad and postgrad degrees go on to sit for placements, and these institutions that are supposed to be teaching leadership are instead funneling us into the corporate world. Is it really necessary for me to start my own venture to be considered a leader if I go into the corporate world, reach a managerial position, and can make positive impact for the well-being of those working under me? Does that mean I am not a leader just because I did not start a whole new company and in that way I'm a leader?
Right, there's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is, there's always promises of, like, from the institution or even around the society that the institution would kind of turn them into a leader, business leader, or get them to start a huge venture, make a good startup and all of that. So those promises kind of turn fake. So there's nothing wrong with that thing which you mentioned, but it's the wrong promises.
For the second question now.
Hello, myself Varshini from Team Alphas. So I'd like to question your earlier answer. You mentioned that colleges give promises of setting up a startup or a leadership for that matter. You know, colleges always mention that they help people turn into leaders. They just give a pathway. It is not necessary that every person should have their own startup or so. Even I have an idea of startup, But I'd rather try that after 5 years down the lane, but not right now. That doesn't mean the college has failed or the education system failed. What do you have to say?
So to answer to your question is like you have an idea in your mind that you will implement in after 5 years, right? So why don't now? Why don't you implement your idea right now, in which your college can help you and through your incubation centers, like if it's well established in your college?
Also, yes, I might have mentioned that it's just college which is promising it, but it's not like that's not what my intended message was. Like it could be anything, like the unsaid pressure of starting a company or something since you did an MBA or something like that. So it's that kind of promise, not exactly the one done by the college itself.
Thank you so much.
We'll now move on to the next team.
The next team is Team Debaters from Shahid Bhagat Singh College, represented by Ananta Dhingra and Bhumika, who will be speaking against the motion.
Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to swim, hello everyone, we're Team Debaters, and today we will be talking about, we will be speaking against the motion Indian education system is creating debaters. Damn. Okay, so we would like to start by saying that, oh my God. So what is education? Education is not only reading and writing, but it's also extended to critical thinking skills and problem solving skills. It is not limited to only that, something our Indian culture has. There is mass competition which leads to less seats for people and further competition and oh my God. And limited opportunities. Also, there is a culture of concentrate getting good marks, which is why people are not able to.
Education is a powerful weapon which can change the world. But in contrary, we know that education system isn't changing according to the world needs. If we go back in time, there used to be gurukuls, but then when British seized the rule, there came the British education system, which was made for submissive workers rather than leaders. Even though our education system is continuously changing and evolving, still the roots of that British education system is there. We can observe that students most of the time aren't encouraged to think outside of the box, or they don't prioritize thinking outside of the box. They are said to first complete their predefined syllabus and then they can have the time for that. But in reality, we all know we don't get time for that. Rote learning is promoted more than practical knowledge or practical planning, which isn't helpful in real life challenges.
There is also lack of unconventional methods. There is lack of guidance, which is why people are not aware about the same. Students are not guided. There is also societal pressure and parental pressure, which forces them to not be aware regarding that. For example, ethical hacker, art therapist. These are some careers which people are not aware of, and hence it leads to fear of unknown, a reason why all these careers are not explored further.
Constant system conditioning makes it difficult to strive into a course. Due to influence by our friends, families, we rather choose a course which we don't even have interest in. So we are just following the paths of our leaders. We aren't actually the leaders. Continue. we can conclude with the point we are just the followers. We aren't the leaders, as we are on footpaths of the leaders only.
Thank you.
The floor is now open for the judges.
So what should be the changes according to you in the current system?
So there should be focus on vocational courses. For example, like when I was in college, that was when I learned more about finance. So if there are some important things we can teach while we're in school, I think that would be very beneficial. Also, focus on things which would prepare us for real life. Like I mentioned the example of finance. So all these things are pretty important, but we are not very aware about it because of the rigid syllabus we have.
But I think these courses are already happening.
Yeah, so these are happening like in college, but in school this is not very included. So I thought it should start at a bit more basic level. So like when we are very young, and that is pretty
So when we get into the colleges, we can we can know them in advanced level and details. Like the skill-based programs will kind of help us in learning the problem-solving skills or critical approach to solve real-life examples.
For the second question,
hello, my name is Disha and I'm from Team Wordsmiths. My question to you is that I don't think anyone here has heard the term heart wash. So it's always the brain wash, isn't it? So don't you think that to overcome this approach of people merely influencing others for their own benefit and just behaving like a person in the herd, a follower, we actually need to provide them with the right education to call them a leader and to call them a person who knows what's right and what's wrong? If not, how do you think that these followers will actually realize their individuality?
So I think further, like I said about the point that we have to spread awareness regarding the same. So basically we have to tell them about all these topics. There are skills that sometimes are not learned, but we have to learn it through experience only. So how to be a leader, while in the process of education, these kind of skills are learned. So yeah, that is my answer.
So I would like to include that if we can say that people are in herds, but some individuals are there. We can call them exceptions who have like a specific skills, but they aren't following that skills because they want a secure job or like they want to be the part of herd themselves. But if they try or have more knowledge about that, they can prove their individuality in a better way.
Like when someone is not aware about something, there's a fear of unknown. If you have self-doubt, so that also hinders your development.
firstly, please mention your name and your team name before asking any question. Now for the second question.
Yeah, so you talked about how the parents and the society. The team is Green Cafe Maggie Point, and my name is Anirudh. So, just the simple question that is there any way that education in your paradigm can actually change this societal perception? Like, if you are actually disagreeing with it. So, like this parental pressure, that is.
So like, first of all, like I've been talking about, if someone is not aware about something, like parents worry about us because they think that they are our parents, they will worry about us. But what we can do is inform them that the world has changed. There are a lot more career options than what traditional career options they believe are. We are the ones who have to tell them And like changing a society is not an easy task. It's going to take time. So what we can do is start by our homes, inform them, tell them like with facts, back up the data, and basically present that why you think we should do that, so that both you and your parents are on the same page.
And we know that generation change is taking a leap upon. I feel if there is more interaction between the parents and the professors or teachers, they'll get to know about the things which are changing. And they'll have more trust in the teachers who are more experienced rather than the children, because they might think that they are not fully true to themselves.
We'll now move on to the next team.
I would now like to invite Team Clashers from Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, represented by Suhana and Krishika, who will be speaking against the motion.
Okay, so to quote Aristotle, great leaders aren't born. They are developed, fired in crucible of experience and opportunity. India's education system, though rigorous, can emphasize on creativity rather than conformity, stifling the development of future leaders. With this, I would like to present my views against the motion, India's education system creating leaders or followers. My first argument here is that the rote memorization technique that has been followed since ages is detrimental. A World Economic Forum study reveals that in 2023, 22% of Indian students reported that they have excelled in critical thinking, whereas 57% of US students reported an excellence in critical thinking. Now, would you, ladies and gentlemen, consider a system successful if it limits the student to regeneration of their ideas and not focus on creativity or innovation? My second argument here would be the excessive focus on the exam-centric pattern, which is very, very brightly highlighted in the NEET scam of 2024. Students use high-tech devices to cheat. This highlights how Marx-obsessed behavior can drive unethical behavior, and this, in no sense, is what leadership means. Now, next argument for me here would be the neglect of soft skills. Now, many of us here would be using LinkedIn. An interesting fact you might want to know is that 20% of Indian professionals on LinkedIn reported that their Indian education contributed to what they are today and how they're managing their real-life workplace situations. 1 out of every 5 individuals, that means 4 Indians know that foreign education or somewhere they got education from somewhere else which is helping them in the real world scenarios. My last argument here would be the lack of entrepreneurial opportunities. So approximately 18% of youngsters nowadays believe that entrepreneur is a viable career option. That means 82% still believe that entrepreneurial opportunities do not mean anything to them, which demotivates leadership in today's society. I rest my case here. Now my teammate will take over.
India is a young country with a huge demographic dividend capable of fueling leaders for the world, and yet we fail to inculcate our youth with essential qualities which are essential for being a leader. Earlier, India was ruled by Britain. It followed the rules set by them, and instead of imploring and framing our own, we followed those rules. Additionally, the Indian culture emphasizes the value of respecting our elders, parents, and teachers. Thus, this leads us to often taking the words for what it is, and instead of learning for our own and experimenting. The Indian education thus encourages rote learning and stifles imagination and creativity. The students are hesitant to lead due to lack of encouragement and fear of criticism and failure, that what will their parents say when the Sharma ji ka beta is doing better than them.
They are unable to attain individuality and unable to carve out a path for themselves. They thus stifle their own leadership and they are a follower then. Education should be a stepping stone and not a path for attaining higher academic results and a higher financial return. The education system has not kept up with the changing world and its needs. Skills that are interlinked with soft skills such as problem solving and communication skills and advanced technological adoption and even flexibility to reskill for emerging opportunities are not considered essential. Previously, the syllabus used was very old and did not prepare us for the world. Even the new education policy, which was introduced in 2020, has not been implemented fully yet.
The floor is now open for the judges.
Like you said, that entrepreneurship opportunities are limited in the current education system. But as many of your friends have quoted the data, there are so many entrepreneurs that are emerging currently. And also, entrepreneurship is about creating the opportunity, not waiting for the opportunity. So what do you all say on that?
Ma'am, I mentioned in the report data that I cited right now that 18% of youngsters do not believe that entrepreneurial opportunities are a viable career for them. I did not cite any data referring that there is a lack of opportunity in India. The fact that youth is not interested towards entrepreneurship because of the competitive exams, and at the basic level, the schooling that they are getting in the education system fosters them to only seek marks.
Don't you think this is the personal bias of the student? Because along with the courses, students are opting for entrepreneurships and they're doing their startups. But
Yes,
that is
ma'am.
a personal choice if they're not doing it.
Yes, ma'am, that is the shaping of, at the macro level, that is what all the students together are thinking. That makes up the 82% of youth that is not opting for entrepreneurship, that they are lacking towards these opportunities, lacking in their interest.
And I would like to add that they are unconsciously conforming to the opinions of the society that we should go for more stable jobs and entrepreneurship is very risky. So they prefer those jobs.
For the second question.
This is Aditi, Team Women of Peace, IMI College. So my question to you is, as you said in the very beginning, that leaders are born. So there's a very famous concept of nature versus nurture. So just a question to you, that what do you think, what's your personal take on it, that our leadership ability is not coachable at all? Or even if they are, to what proportionate? How would you draw the line? And what can be the real life implication if you say that leaders are in majority, they have traits inherited and not coachable?
I'm sorry, in the quote I mentioned Aristotle, the quote says great leaders are not born, they are developed.
Right, so again, our views.
For the third question.
Hi, this is Dishan from Rebuttal. You put a lot of emphasis on entrepreneurs, and the data you crunched was magnificent because it 18% are considering entrepreneurship. So that means the rest of the 78% are not considering entrepreneurship. So I would like to know more about that. Furthermore, is being an entrepreneur or not being an entrepreneur is only benchmark to decide whether he is a leader or not?
To take this question, and first of all, thank you for the amazing question. I referred entrepreneurship as an example where leadership, as an aspect where leadership thrives. And the rest, what I mentioned was the 18% of youngsters in India, according to the report, says that they do not consider entrepreneurship as a viable career. Now, imagine a scenario where you have to head or manage 20 laborers versus you have to just go to a job 9 to 5 and you have to work on your computer, do some basic data managing that your manager gives you, and both the scenarios, you are getting the same pay. The focus of the youth nowadays is more towards getting a stable job that promises you free time from, let's say, from 10 p.m. to morning 7 a.m. And on the other hand, when you go up to entrepreneurial opportunities, there you will see that you will have to give all your vigor. That is why the youth nowadays is not opting for entrepreneurship. That is core of leadership in India today.
We will now move on to the next team.
Thank you.
I would now like to invite Team Irangles from IMI New Delhi, represented by Vrinda Gupta and Shreya Sharma, who will be speaking against the motion.
Hello, am I audible? Good morning and namaste to everyone. Before I even begin to build my case today, I would like to ask a very important question. Can you think of a brand or a company which is not only successful in Indian borders, but also pioneering on the global stage? Well, now consider this. Even if you think of a brand or a company, it is likely that their business model has been inspired by something that already exists. Well, this is not a coincidence. It is the education system of India that has conditioned us to follow the playbook and not rewrite one. Let me pull history books for a moment here. In 1835, when Lord Macaulay introduced us with an education system that was created for British interests, that was created to create clerks who would just follow orders and did not have an opinion, who were not allowed to share their opinion and creativity. It was not even a question back then. Well, sadly, Britishers did leave India, but the fragments of their education system, the fragments of their framework still lies and still linger in our education system today. I'm sure that the opposition must be thinking of throwing names to me today, the names that we have been hearing for a lot of time, starting from leaders at Google and from Biocon. But well, let's be honest here, guys. I think most of these leaders who we are talking about, their higher education happened in foreign grounds. There must be something in the Indian education system, something lacking, that they had to leave this environment and go ahead and find an environment which nurtured their creativity and innovation, the lack of opportunities and the lack of fostering that they needed here. There was a time when India was a beacon of education, when Nalanda University was a beacon and people came here to study and gain knowledge. But well, the idea of education is completely different today. Today, our education system prioritizes cramming and it is being rewarded. And this approach creates excellent exam takers to be noted, but not innovators. Yes, NEP 2020 hints a change and emphasizes creativity, but if it is not implemented and it remains on paper, we will still remain a nation that is just aspiring leadership, but is tethered by a reality that is creating followers.
Well, humans are naturally wired to follow herd behaviors, something that we call as social proof in psychology, which is exactly why it's said that leaders are not born, they are made, which is also exactly why children, especially in the early years of education, need a very fostered kind of environment, which we don't see when we paint the picture of India, and hence today we stand against the motion. Let me throw some few statistics for you. 80% of STEM graduates in India remain unemployed. And there is a 20% CAGR when it comes to the number of Indians who move abroad for their higher education, which simply means that Indian education alone is not sufficient for them to aspire and reach the goals that they've set for themselves. Now, let me summarize this case by bringing in three major arguments that we rest for our case. Number one, the mindset. We think the Indian education in general, and even the parents in general, push their kids towards safe careers, say the government jobs, and say jobs in general, which then leads to being slave the MNCs or whatnot, right? Which also shows that even if we are ingraining and embedding these children at the very early age with the idea of focusing on marks, etc., and even if we say talk about the international schools, which are cultivating this very idea of MUN's debates and whatnot, it remains limited to the most elitist section of the society. Number two, the systematic challenges. Yes, we do spend a considerable amount of GDP, let's agree to it, but then there's no standardization, no uniformity. There is a CBSE, there is a state board, the kind of curriculum, the level of hardness is different, which again becomes a big barrier. Lastly, the lack of originality. Yes, we have startups, yes, we have a Flipkart, yes, we have a Ola, they're doing wonders, but they're replicas of Western ideas, they stand on Western systems. We don't have a startup which comes from the Indian origin. Yes, we are doing great, but by following, and here we rest our case.
One major point behind brain drain is lack of opportunities, which is why people go. But then now we are seeing a reverse trend. People are coming back to India because they see opportunities. What's your take on that?
Ma'am, when we talk about opportunities here, and the point on which we concluded, and I'm thankful that you asked this question, we do see change that is happening currently, but the education system, the policies are also changing. But the stand that we have here today is that, are we creating leaders or followers? Maybe this is something that we'll be nurturing in the future with the current trends that you have mentioned, the reverse brain drain that is happening. Maybe 10 years, 5 years down the line, this could be a picture that we did create leaders, but just saying that the reverse brain drain is happening does not proves that the education system is good enough to create leaders or not.
So let's talk about the status quo in general, right? Of course, every education system is meant to nurture, and it will, be it Denmark, be it India, be it China, be it whatnot. But here we stand, out of 75 plus years of independence, have we done enough? We don't think we have, because we need leaders who can challenge the status quo. We understand Sundar Pichai is a leader, we understand Modi is a leader and whatnot, but did they change the status quo? Did they innovate something which was out of the world? Not right, and which is exactly we think we are lacking it.
For the second question.
I wanted to ask you that you mentioned that India has nothing like we're just creating Olas, which is like copy of other countries. What do you have to say that for startups like creating tiles from carbon that is exposed out of industries and creating plates that is comes from molasses of sugarcane? This is all sustainable startups that India is leading on in these kind of startups. What do you have to say for them? These are also the leaders, right?
Of course, there are outliers, of course, but we still think when we talk about talent, there's a lot of talent in India, but none of these startups that you just mentioned have been able to crack the code globally, which is why we think we don't have a Coca-Cola from India, which is why we think we don't have a TikTok from India.
Also, one thing, when it comes to innovation and creativity, I think that is ingrained, that is a very human thing. It could happen to someone who's living in America, it could happen to someone who's living here, right here. The question here is, the moot question is the education system fostering that? Even if I'm not part of the education system, maybe my mother, who's not currently studying, maybe someone who was not even, who did not attend high school for that matter and didn't get primary education, could come up with an idea which is great. A farmer could do that. But the point here is the education system fostering that? And had it been the education system that was fostering such innovations, maybe the 4 or 5 startups that you have mentioned, or maybe more, it could have been 100 if the education system would have been different.
So, I am Soham from Team Mimamsa, IMI New Delhi. I have a question. Ministry of Labor and Employment published a report in 2023 titled Labor Force Utilization in India. There they surveyed a group of freshly graduated unemployed youths, and 71% of males and 36% of females stated that they didn't take a job because they wanted to pursue higher education. Don't you think the statistics of 80% you provided was shallow and lacked a in-depth research?
See, of course, the reason why they themselves do not want to pursue jobs is because of the lack of opportunity, something ma'am also asked in the question. We think the kind of environment you then give to them post their education also becomes a part of the education and a follow-up of that, right? Which is exactly why they now want to go ahead to different countries and take jobs, and because they believe that, okay, they can get a job of say 3 lakh, 4 lakh, which is not meeting the ends and the goals that they've set for themselves in their lives, which is why we think we stand.
The numbers in the report are quite nice. My question is, the question being the answer here is that are these people who said that they are willing to go for higher education, did they say that they are going for higher education within India? Or is it that they are just willing to go for a higher education, maybe in a country abroad because their education system was better than what we've been providing here? That can be supported by the 20% staggering CAGR of people who are going outside currently.
We will now move on to the next team.
Thank you.
I would now like to invite team The Rose Rebels from Hansraj College represented by Anisha Mishra and Umra Faz, who will be speaking against the motion.
It is said that great leaders are made when they independently follow what they passionately believe in, against all odds, which certainly is a thought that is, far away from the wildest thoughts of the majority of the masses in India. Now, first of all, refraining from, any fancy examples, let's simply talk about ourselves, because I matter too, and you matter too. In my 14 years of traditional schooling, if I talk about the financial knowledge that it gave me, we were taught to calculate compound interest because we might be required at some point to deposit money in the bank, or in the best case scenario, if we manage to waste, we might be, become an employee in a bank. But we were never taught to, do even the basic of taxes or how to manage the finances. Because, if we were taught that, that could have given us some kind of autonomy, some sense that I could lead my life. Now, as Sir also mentioned it in the beginning only, that leadership is not only about position holding, but also leading oneself in life. Now, coming to the education system, which is still majorly in action in India, though, definitely with some changes, which Lord Macaulay introduced. He basically introduced it to essentially raise followers who could work for them. And, here it was considered that English was kind of a feature of that particular system. Now, this particular mindset of ours that, English is a feature is a testimony of us considering someone's language superior. It is a mindset of followers. Now, also, self-confidence, emotional intelligence, inquisitiveness, the belief that the voices will be heard. Now, these are the characteristics which go into the making of a leader. But in my schooling, these things never came into the picture. And also in my college, they are not coming into the picture. So I would like to know, was your experience significantly different from mine? Thank you.
Indian education system is fundamentally flawed in creating leaders indeed. How come leaders be harbored in a society that promotes conformism as its basic principle? Those who follow the set norms, abide by the rules, follow the laws, are treated as a good students in schools and universities and as a good citizens in the society. And those who tries to question these beliefs, they tries to oppose them, are treated as rebellious. And sometimes in the worst situations, they are cornered, which affects them in different levels, forcing them into loneliness and depressions. We all know the worst scenario of depression in the current situation. Indian education system is the best indeed, but there are so many problems. First being its inability to conduct examinations when the whole process of selection in the universities is based on the examination. The mass leaks that happened this year is a great evidence that problems are there in the education system. Education is becoming business, which is not wrong. I believe so, but the coaching institutions have become a place where toxicity is promoted. It is a hub of heavy competitions where these institutes promote conformism in the name of academic achievements. Our admission system is more flawed than that everyone is measured on the same scale. It's just so wrong, like measuring a fish by its ability to fly. So instead of following passion, rebelling, set norms, challenging beliefs, we, the students, are forced to pass exams and become, as a result, we are trapped in the cycle of followers rather than leaders. Thank you.
Can you give one example of a subject that you would like to include now, let's say from 1st to 12th standard, that is currently not there in any of the schools in India?
Thank you, ma'am, for the question. I would say that the finance planning is a kind of subject that I would love to be introduced at the school level. It is a kind of subject which I've taken even in like my VAC in my college, but I've been given an assignment to complete and there's no knowledge of finance, like financial literacy whatsoever given to me. So I think seriously taking it and actually introducing it into the curriculum would do good. Thank you.
For the second question.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
So you mentioned in your speech, team name, Team Opinionators, Priyanshu. Yeah. So you have mentioned in your speech that today's education system is the Macaulay's education system. So are you disregarding all the contribution that our constitution makers have made in doing the Indianization of the education system? Today, education is present in every regional language in India, not only in English. It is present for everyone. Everyone has access to education, not only the ruling elites. So how you can say that education system that was present in 1835 and today are actually synonymous?
Thank you for the question. I very clearly mentioned that, the basis of this particular education system has been derived from the Lord Macaulay's system. But I definitely mentioned that there are some changes, and I do not in any way disregard the changes. But those changes have never been correctly implemented, as you and we have already been educated from that particular system. Thank you.
For the third question.
Greetings, it's Ishmeet Kaur from Wordsmiths. So, how do we say that India's increasing presence in global leadership ranking and entrepreneurship if its educational system is so flawed?
I have already mentioned that it's not flawed entirely. We Indians, yeah, I have done that. We have already mentioned that education system is not entirely flawed. There are some flaws. As you mentioned about the global representation of India, it is present, but we are representing at the global level because we are not given the opportunities to represent ourselves in the country.
But I think, the proportion that you're talking about, we cannot overlook the masses, majority masses. I very clearly mentioned that we have to take into consideration the majority masses of India. The thing that you're considering considers very, top percentage of the cherry layer of the, country that you're considering. Thank you.
We will now move on to the next team.
Next up on the roster is Team Green Cafe Maggie Point from St. Stephen's College, represented by Anirudh Singh and Ramon Das, who will be speaking against the motion.
I hope I'm audible, okay. Right, so as we start this debate, let's just first understand the essence of this education system. We have given very broad arguments as to what this education system is. We focus on exams, we focus on rote learning. What we don't touch upon here is that what is this fundamentally like what does it look like at the core level? So now here, we definitely co-opt into the fact, okay, also we are going against the motion. So yeah, we definitely co-opt into the fact that it is a very exam-driven system, it is a rote learning-driven system, and a marks-driven system. But what is also there is that the very subject matter that is being taught to us, that is simply a means to an end. that subject matter in itself, that the way education happens in India, it is not substantial in its own self. It is merely a fact that you have to memorize it for the syllabus, for the exams and for the grades. And the grading system doesn't always there might be some instances due to the NEP, but it doesn't always take into account how well you understand the subject in its entirety. It just focuses upon how much you remember out of it. Our point simply is that when you look at these subjects in itself, like history or economics, so you're not breeding an understanding for these subjects themselves. Now, how is that leading us to becoming mere followers rather than leaders? It's because when you want to become a leader, you want to innovate. When you want to become a leader, you want to chart your own path. You want to pave a way for yourself. And okay, we have really sensationalized the whole idea of what a leader looks like. We have made it like it's an entrepreneur who is earning millions, or it's a leader who is like a political leader. We will give you a much more simplified definition that yes, it's an entrepreneur, but it could also be an independent researcher. It could be anyone who has taken a different path from the status quo itself. And that is what we mean by a leader. And this education system doesn't promote being that leader, because even if I want to pursue a certain subject being taught in my school, I cannot do so without getting the good grades in that subject. And that is why it's the first problem with the Indian education system. And that is exactly what we mean by a leader, in a much more simplified and nuanced sense. As opposed to this, a follower is a person who co-opts into the status quo. Even if they are somewhat rebellious in some rudimentary sense, they don't go forward to...
So through this speech, I try to prove you how is the Indian education system not creating leaders, thus leading to the creation of followers. What we give you is an exclusive analysis that is more relevant to the debate at hand. To begin with, the education system places immense pressure on students to succeed in exams, resulting in a fear of failure. Now, this stifles innovation and creativity, both of which are crucial to leadership. Leaders often fail before they succeed, and they learn from their mistakes. In an environment where failure is already stigmatized, students are less likely to take risks, try new approaches, or engage in the kind of creative thinking that leadership demands. Quickly moving to my second constructive, Indian education is often too insular and lacks exposure to global practices in leadership. In top global institutions, students are encouraged to explore leadership through case studies, simulations, and global networks. Indian students, however, are rarely exposed to global leader practices or leadership development programs, leaving them at a disadvantage when it comes to developing the qualities needed to succeed as leaders in a globalized world. In a 2021 World Economic Forum survey, India ranked 58th out of 80 countries for leadership education, reflecting a lack of integration with global leadership trends and practices in Indian educational institutions. Quickly moving to my third argument, one key aspect that is often overlooked in education is financial literacy. To lead effectively, individuals must understand how to manage resources, whether in a corporate setting or in community projects. Without financial literacy, students may struggle to turn their ideas into actionable plans or find themselves stuck in low-paying jobs. To conclude, I'd like to just quote one of the interviews with Anuradha Uboveja, country head India at Enrich Minds, where she aptly stated that the more pertinent and practical question is to ask is whether we are teaching our students what to think or how to think. With that, I'd like to rest my case. Thank you.
Like you said that education system is more of exam driven. But currently the debate you are participating, that is not exam driven. And also the placements, when you say, they don't ask for your exam marks and all. They ask for how many activities you've been participated. So what's your take on that? Because this institutes include so many activities which are not exam driven. So how do you say that?
I think what fundamentally is wrong within the education system is that every student is not getting that resource to probably learn and understand how do you sit for interviews, how do you go ahead and compete for debates. For people like us, yes, we have access to resources, but let us consider a bigger picture, a larger picture, where there are, again, a lot of students who are not able to participate in debates just because they do not know how to do that. They are not able to participate in case study comps, where they again fail to actually match up to that level when those placement interviews are being conducted, or when they are being recruited, or even when they're applying to foreign universities, just because they don't have access. And my speaker correctly mentioned about how there is inequality within the Indian education system, and we've talked about that a lot in the debate as well. A lot of people, I'm not talking about the top tier, students belonging to the top tier 1 educational institutions, but a lot of students lack this, and that is a problem within the educational institution.
I just forgot to tell you, you have a nice team name.
Yes, we are trying to support small businesses. This one is a Maggie Point, just right like opposite to our college.
For the second question,
My name is Anushka. I'm from IMI New Delhi, Team Mimamsa. So you talked about innovation, right? How the current education system stifles innovation. I would like to point out the fact that in the last 4 years, our rankings in the Global Innovation Index have gone from like 81 to 40. That's almost a jump of 40, right? We have filed 20,000 patents in the last 1-2 years, okay? So can you justify your arguments regarding these points?
Right. Sorry, can I first take this and then you can follow up? Okay. So innovation is not just restricted to patents. Let's first understand that. Innovation is also ushering the discourse in research potential. So for example, there are a lot of researchers and mostly there are Nobel Prize winners in the United States of America. They are leading economic discourses. They are leading political discourses. And that is the thing. Innovation is not just restricted to patents, it's also restricted to research within the liberal arts community. It also spans to ushering global discourses within the political spaces. So we cannot just restrict innovation to patents, but innovation to newer ideologies, ideas, newer discourses, and a new standing within the entire global community. My other speaker would like to take on this further.
And right, I think the debate is largely about how the education system as a whole influences this innovation. So although yes, we definitely co-opt into the fact that there has been an increase in how much we innovate, but there is no empirical data to say how much this education system directly contributes to it, because the research that we have conducted by Delhi University themselves says that 73% people, and that is the students, they prefer a desk job, they prefer a settled life. So it is I'm unsure as to why this education system is actually contributing to the other side, because the empirical data does make me think that they are promoting a more stable lifestyle, a much more secure occupation as opposed to innovation.
Okay, my question would be, my name is Vedant, I'm from Team Rivera Veritas. So countries such as China and South Korea, they have even more, brutal examinations. The students are put under more pressure, arguably, than our country. But then they happen to have even more, in innovation indexes and the amount of patents that they file, it's higher than India. So in your opinion, would you like to elaborate on what India is doing less or more in order to, that stifles our position?
Okay, so number one, what needs to also be considered is that every country has different demographical situations. So what works in China cannot work in India, and what works in United States cannot work in India. And that is why you have pilot projects in the first place, where they roll out certain policies to test if something is working or not. Secondly, to answer your question, wherever these rigorous examinations are assessed, like you talk about China, there's also another country called South Korea, where you have the Gaokao exam, where it's a 9 hours long exam, and it's a very rigorous exam. Only then you get to study in universities. There are high suicidal rates also. You cannot make the educational system so competitive that it's harder for people to even go ahead and compete to become leaders in the first place. My second speaker would like to elaborate more on that.
Yeah, and actually most of it is covered, but as you say that they have higher innovation indexes, that is not the only possible way that we can get better innovation. Because see, what we talk about is higher suicides and worse mental health. If this is the trade-off we have to make, there is definitely something wrong with our methodology in the first place. And innovation can be better achieved when we are actually giving people more room. That is a principled argument that is much more empirically supportable. So
we will now move on to the next team.
The last, but certainly not the least, team for this year's Srimati Lalita Shastri debate competition is Team Ola Amigos from Lady Shri Ram College for Women, University of Delhi, represented by Ananya Singhal and Neeti Garg, who will be speaking against the motion.
Am I audible at the back? I think we've been given some important responsibility to clean the debate and wake you all up for the closing ceremony afterwards. Now, I'm sure most of you would here know of the young Zepto founders who are approximately the same age as us. But what has gone unnoticed by the many is their story and how Zepto came into existence in the first place. Zepto was built when the creators had time and space away from the Indian education system, when schools were shut. I think most of you must have guessed the time period. It is 4 to 5 years back during COVID. But why is it necessary for us to require space from the system that is designed to make us ready for the real world and for us to cultivate our own ideas? Do we believe that our country's education is not giving us enough time and space and is not encouraging the students to be innovative? But what do we mean by the Indian education system? Is it just about the designed curriculum? We understand and believe that it is also about the rules and the sheep mindset we ought to follow alongside. If I were sitting in a math class, trying to solve a math problem in a different way from what my teacher taught, I would be reprimanded for it even if I get the correct answer. This gives me no incentive to be innovative or take initiative. Now let's understand what it is to lead. A lot of people have defined it, but we would like to define as per our own understanding. We think that to lead is to take a risk, to be a chess player and not a chess piece, to do the unconventional and to have the courage to fail while trying to make an actual impact. But most of us present here do something with an intent to put a line in their resumes. You would want to win this debate because you would want it to shine in your curriculum vitae and to apply to a job with 1,000 applicants.
To follow what Ananya just said, several of us have mentioned time and time again the new educational policy that we have, and one of the teams mentioned that the policy states that leaders are supposed to be innovative and imaginative. Those are the very qualities that are missing in my own classroom, because while the policy may have had an impact on our students, the pedagogy that our professors follow hasn't changed. It is the same method that is supposed to prepare me for an exam. A lot of us mentioned IIMs and IITs time and time again, but why is that these IITs still rank in the hundreds and not in the tens up with the Ivies? There has to be something wrong with the quality of education we are receiving, right? And the problem herein lies that it isn't that we don't have the opportunities. It is that all of these opportunities, including this very debate, is still considered extracurricular. I have to step outside of my curriculum, give up some of my academics in order to accommodate this debate, which is something I am passionate about. The system is making me give up on my passions. A lot of us mentioned that the ancient Indian Gurukul system would, if now implemented, help us all out. But would the Gurukul system really survive in a capitalist world? Would those spiritual teachings really prepare me for a cutthroat rival world where if I want to be a leader, I have to face very harsh feedback? To conclude, I would like to say that the system is doing its job. It is creating followers because the system thinks that following is not bad. They create so many followers in the hope that one of them will become a leader. But this is not the way the system should be, because even if all of us become our followers and one of us becomes a leader, for 1.4 billion people, that is a very skewed ratio. That would be called a dictatorship then. Thank you.
Now the floor is open for rebuttals for the participants.
Good afternoon. I am Tansi from Echoes of Ethos. Madam Speaker spoke about the survival of Gurukul in a capitalist society. So I would like to mention here that being a mixed economy where we have capitalist education system coming up, as well as we have quality education within the boundaries of to accommodate the economically weaker section, and you come from Delhi University that definitely inculcates these policies. So what's your take on that? Thank you.
You mentioned that the Gurukul system basically stems from the fact that India is a very diverse economy in itself. One, capitalism is not about an education system. It has simply become a way of life for all of us. That is why we are sitting in a business school, and the very idea that business can be taught is an American idea, not an Indian idea. To survive in a capitalist world with the Gurukul system, with the mixed economy for the economically backward sections, that is not just something we have. Economically weaker sections are something that are prevalent in each and every country of this world. All of the Nordic countries offer free education to all of their students for this very reason up until grade 12.
Hello, my name is Gaurav Kulkarni from FMS Delhi and team named the Himalayas. So the question is, don't you believe that the curriculum, especially for social sciences, also enables you to become leaders in the sense that they provide patterns for decision making? For example, when we were hit with the COVID pandemic, our policymakers studied the responses during the previous pandemics. Thank you.
Right. You mentioned that studying the social sciences prepares us to be leaders. As a political science honors student, I can tell you that reading up on something that Marx wrote years ago, a white man's opinion isn't going to help me become a leader in today's world. To me, a white man's opinion is not more important than, say, what I, as a brown woman, would want to mitigate problems. We don't have the same problems, hence studying what he said in the social sciences does not help me.
Thank you for your argument. I am Manya from Team Duopoly. So now you mentioned MUNs and debates as extracurriculars, and you signified it as a part, as if it's not a part of our education system, when the whole education system is built into classifications of academics and non-academics. So these extracurriculars, such as this debate itself, aids you through the education system. So how do you exactly say that these extracurriculars are not aiding us through the education system, because they are a part of the education system, and the fact that you're doing this debate is aiding you, and that means the education system is aiding you?
The very fact that these are called extracurriculars, and if you like, as we are college students, as I think as we also posed a question for the same, that by participating in, we are kind of discouraged by the National Education Policy 2020 to participate in this debate, because if we are participating in this debate, we are losing on the attendance that is being given in the college, which will ultimately affect the overall CGP at the end. So
And to add to what Ananya said, you said that the education is helping us in performing in these activities, but it is compulsory for me to study math. The education system makes it compulsory for me to study math, science, SST, everything up until grade 10. But does that same education system make it compulsory for me to learn how to code, to learn how to speak in the public, to file my taxes? Those are extra things that I have to learn, even though they are necessary for adulting. The education system is not helping me do that. Thank you.
While the results are being calculated, we would like to request our esteemed judges to proceed for a high tea break. Please maintain the decorum. The judges will come in few minutes.
जाओ मत अटेंडेंस छूट जाएगी मैं ही बता रहा हूँ आपके नुकसान हाँ मैं समझ गया
अलाउड नहीं है अलाउड
It's been 3 hours, 3 घंटे से मैं बैठा हुआ हूँ।
बाद में करियो
टैब आएगा अभी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के टाइम पे। लाइव चल रहा है
अभी भी चल रहा है लाइव
यार बस 10 मिनट की बात है बस 10 मिनट जाओ पार्टिसिपेंट भी है ना तो क्या हो यार इनको बिठवा दे
बैठ जाओ आ जाएंगे समझ गया मैं बहुत देर से बैठे हुए हो थोड़ी देर और
I request everyone to please be seated and maintain decorum.
Okay. Please maintain the decorum. The judges have arrived. Please maintain the decorum. Then we will thank the sponsors. Then I will call you for the results.
ठीक है स्पॉन्सर्स हाँ स्पॉन्सर्स बोल दो बाकी सबको भी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स तो मैंने ही देना है
हाँ 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 moment नहीं after the speech I will call you for presenting Before announcing the results, we would like to take this opportunity to invite Ms. Vandita Khilnani to share her thoughts on today's experience.
Hi everyone, I'm Vandita. This is, I think, after 10 years that I'm here, so it's very nostalgic for me. I'm a batch of 2015, and it's very, very good to see that you all had the patience to sit here and doing active listening and listening patiently all the perspectives, even though it's the same topic. And I loved the energy and the way the hands were raised and people were fighting that I was the first one. So it was really, really good. And I'm happy to see that we are bringing different school of thought. And I hope that even though Indian education system, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is, we eventually take the best of it and make a really good career going forward. So all the best to you all. And it was a lovely experience here for me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Professor Manu Kohli to felicitate Ms. Vandita with a memento. We now invite Ms. Vandana Gupta to please share her thoughts on the debate.
Hi friends. Hi friends. So glad to see your energy here and see your enthusiasm over here. And when I was at your place 10 years back, I didn't have the courage to come here and speak. So I think a great round of applause for all the participants here, first of all. And since the topic was about Indian education system and many of you spoke against, and the for, but I think you participated here. That is a way ahead that we are progressing against our education system. So that is great for all of you, and all the best for the future and for the results. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to request Miss Kritika to felicitate Miss Vandana with a memento. Before announcing the results, we would like to thank our sponsors, Nestle, Pacific D21, House of Beliefs, and Trends. Now, I request Professor Manu Kohli to announce all the winners. I would also like to request our judges, Ms. Vandita Khilnani, Ms. Vandana Gupta, to come on the stage to award the winning teams.
Okay, good evening guys, and thanks for sitting through, what, 5-6 hours of debating, and especially the first year guys who are forced to sit because they have to sit, but I'm sure they would have got something out of it in terms of understanding how debating is done, and it could be a option that you can take in your subsequent second year and maybe represent LBSIM in other colleges and keep our flag high. The difficult task of handing over or announcing the prizes have been given to me. So please don't kind of throw big bags if you have not been selected. I'll start with the best debater. The college was University of Rajasthan, and the person was Tansi Goel. Congratulations, Tansi. I think that तुमको भी मौका मिलेगा थोड़े सालों में. Okay, the best rebuttal college, we're not being biased, LBSIM, Vedant. Congrats. Second runner-up, team Duopoly, IIM Rohtak. Manya and Siddharth. Good, congratulations guys. Well done, well done. First runner-up, Women of Peace, IMI Delhi, Shrishti and Aditi. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Finally, the grand winner. Any guesses? The Himalayas, FMS. Gaurav and Devesh. Where's your partner in crime? Okay, can I take it on his behalf?
Oh, sure, sir.
Good. Thanks. Let's give her a vote of thanks. Couple of minutes, please.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, just few more minutes. You have to bear with me. This is a formality I have to complete. Today's event was really well attended, and first and foremost, I would like to thank our judges to come here and spend their weekend. It's not easy to spend 6 hours judging people, especially debating kids. It is difficult. I can imagine I was sitting next to them, and it's quite a challenging job. Thanks again to come over and come to your alma mater and help us organize this event. Just a few more words in terms of, I thought it's a debating competition. I didn't get a chance to debate, but maybe make a few quotes and sounds intelligent. The purpose of debate is to explore issues and not to end them. And I think we were successful in doing that, in the sense that there were very good thoughts put forward both for and against the topic. I personally believe there is not a black and white answer to whether our education system produces followers or leaders. For me, education is all about learning and questioning. Learning, I think we have excelled in, and all the results speak for it, whether we talk about CEOs across the world, CEOs within India, businesses we have created within India can't come without learning or knowledge. So in terms of one pillar of education system, learning, I think we have excelled in. It's not that there's nothing, or there's not much, or there's not anything more to improve on. There's definitely more to improve on. But I think one area that we have lagged, and that is, for me, is important, is questioning. I think a lot of us, from day one, it is ingrained in our system to not question the status quo, not question whatever has been taught. Maybe I'm partly guilty to it, in the sense I'm a professor, so I ask my students not to ask too difficult questions. Yes, but personally, I believe that the art of questioning or the thought of questioning is far, far, far important than just about learning. Yeah, learning is not easy, but I think we have the systems in place, we have the structures in place, we have the best institutions in place. So whether you call that IITs, IIMs, or a host of other institutes, we have all the necessary ingredients to be successful. I think where we lack, and a lot of you have pointed out, is areas of innovation, if I can use that terminology. For me, innovation is not that you have to come with a new idea every day. Innovation is maybe asking the right question, changing or challenging the status quo is, for me, a greater part of innovation, just to bring, rather to bring a new technology or new products or services in the market. All of you, in times to come, will join corporate. I have worked in corporates for almost 20 years, and I can tell you, innovation is not easy. Again, asking questions, again, is not easy. Some of the best organizations, therefore, are those who have a very, very open culture. They promote questioning. They promote people who ask the right questions. You may not have the solutions to it, but if you ask the right questions, you're halfway there. Yes. So for you guys who are budding, hopefully budding entrepreneurs, budding managers going forward, definitely budding managers, but I said entrepreneurs, hopefully, because not all of us would become or would want to become entrepreneurs. It is essential for you to question. It is essential for you to always learn. At my age, I still keep learning. I still read 3-4 hours a day. So please keep up that habit and ask or develop the quality of questioning and quality of inquisitiveness. Yeah. As this event come to an end, I want to kind of thank Director Sir, CAO Sir, Mr. Sachin, and all my faculty colleagues who were there in the morning to help us and organize this event. Big thanks to Management Grid, PRC team, and the Institute admin team to make this possible. Big thanks to sponsors, which our team has already mentioned. And definitely thank all the participants have come all the way. There are a few teams who have come from outside as well. Yeah, there are 3 teams who have come from outside Delhi as well. Big thanks to them to make the effort and come here on a weekend. Last but not the least, I would fail on my duty if I don't recognize my team, Team Plethos. They have done a really, really hard work over the last 1 month or so. I have pushed them very hard. I hope not hard enough to break them. But please, a big round of cheer to Team Plethos. Okay, thanks again, and wish you all the best in the future and whatever is left of the weekend. Enjoy. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the winners. It was an extremely enriching experience to witness the fierce battle of not just words, but also the knowledge, confidence, and astuteness displayed by all the aspirants. You all have been a fantastic audience. Thank you, everyone. I would now like to request all the winners, Manu Kohli sir, and the judges to please assemble near the dais for photograph.